Thank you, Michael. I want to welcome you all to the second Blue Marble Week. My name is Tim Chrisman. I'm the Executive Director of the Foundation for the Future. And on behalf of all of us here at the Foundation, in cooperation with Liftport, we want to welcome you. This event titled Launch Economy, Infrastructure, and Security is the second of our year-long series revolving around the space infrastructure requirements to support a human economy off-world. Blue Marble Week was conceived as a way to merge the best parts of TED Talk, Silicon Valley pitch, congressional testimony, and something that neither Michael or I could quite put our finger on, but we knew we would figure it out when we found it. And the ultimate goal of these events is to gather people together who are doing space infrastructure. I'll give you a little more background about us at the Foundation in a second, but suffice to say, we care about doing, we care about the results. And so this event is a way to bring a network of doers together, swap ideas, build off those ideas, and then a shameless attempt for us to crowdsource talking points, videos, and ideas that we can use as we turn to decision makers in Washington, D.C. and advocate for increased federal investment in space infrastructure specifically. So that segues into us at the Foundation. We are a nonprofit educational and advocacy group. Blue Marble Week is part of the educational side. And our aim is unleashing America through the creation of smart space infrastructure, with the ultimate goal of making space as boring as every other domain humans live and work in. Our pitch is simple. It's hard to live in a desert. It's hard to live in the mountains. It's hard to live in the Arctic. And it was impossible to do so until humans did. And once we built the roads and rail and power and water, it then became a trivial exercise to live in some of the harshest environments in the world. Right now, space is considered hard. We're told that everything from launch to finding a leak on the International Space Station is hard. And I don't doubt that it is. That's not our attempt to disparage anyone's work. It's hard because there's not people there. There's not people jerry-rigging fixes, experimenting. There's just not enough humans in the loop playing with things. And that's in part because there's not enough there to support them. And that's where we come in and our mission is about. So we are leading an advocacy effort for the creation of a public-private partnership. Myself and the Foundation's Director of Government Relations, John, will talk more about this effort tomorrow. But what we're attempting to do is take the model that ComSat developed with a public-private corporation for space development, merge it with the TVA's scope in terms of major projects, ambitious goals, and the budget to support that, and the urgency of DARPA or In-Q-Tel, because at the end of the day, it's the American economy that drove us to success in every conflict we've had. And it's going to be the engine that ensures that, just like the oceans being free and fair for trade, space will be free and fair for commerce when the US leads the way. The next year is going to be one where, as we build out more and more of these events, some of you here for the second time, already invited for the third, we encourage you to share these events with your friends, come back. Everyone is going to be on a different topic. Every day, a slightly different take on that topic, with the idea of delivering concise, relatively easy to understand analyses of the technology, the state of play, the economy, the policy world, and how that can change given focus, time, or money. You'll hear a lot of talks from really smart people being questioned by people just as smart. And the whole idea is not to undermine, not to poke holes, but to make everything better, to make sure there is an understanding, and to keep a focus on what can we do now? What can money buy down in terms of risk, development time, and more? And ultimately, how can we keep space an area that works for all of America, that unites us, that not divides us, and be a nonpartisan, impartial place to truly believe in the idea that when we work together, better things happen. That's a little bit about us at the foundation, a teaser for where we're going, a little bit of an intro into Blue Marble Week. A number of members of the team of the foundation are here on the Zoom and in the background. I'm going to be followed by Lila, but before I introduce her, the amount of effort that goes into these events is pretty substantial. We're doing them monthly, which means planning for February started 2 weeks ago. This consumes the time and attention of a number of members of both the foundation and Liftport. And so I want to take a second to thank the people who are not only here and supporting us, because at the end of the day, you being here is an offer of support, but also those people who have donated, whether it was through our Eventbrite tickets, whether it was the Space Force Association agreeing to partner with us and sponsor some of the presentations today, whether it was our intellectual partners like those at Cal Poly that we'll hear from later. Those partnerships, be they of your time, your intellectual capital, or your money, are what allows us to keep going and building this community and this event series. And so thank you. It was always Michael and I's intent to keep this an event free to the public and a public good. That's harder to do. The larger it gets, the more complicated it gets, the prettier it gets. We remain committed to that. And so thank you for your support and your time. I want to take a second. I know Ed is going to formally introduce Lila, but last week, Lila was moved to the position of co-founder at the foundation, formally assuming the title of the job she's done since July. And I just want to formally and publicly recognize the fact that there are a lot of moments in life when an idea comes to you and a thought pops into your head and you never act on it. And years later, something happens, you read a book, you see a movie, and you think, I had that idea. They copied it. I could have made billions, whatever it is. This summer, the Foundation for the Future was one of those ideas that popped into my head through conversations with Lila. And she refused to let that thought go, instead asking, why couldn't it go somewhere? Why did I need to wait? Why was the time not right? And neither of us were space industry professionals in the way that many of those experts and scholars are on the Zoom. But I hope every single one of you has someone who, when you have an idea and see a dream, asks you, why not now? Because I did, and here we are 6 months later. I can't wait to see what happens in 6 more months. So with that, Ed, I turn it to you.
Thank you, Tim. Excellent start. Well, good morning, everybody. It sure is a pleasure to have you all here today. We look forward to kicking off this being our second, and a lot of great things ahead of us today, a lot of great speakers today and tomorrow. We hope you all are able to join us, and whether you're joining us now or whether you're watching later, or if you're on another venue watching us, either Facebook or YouTube, welcome. We hope that you enjoy yourselves and you take something away that you didn't know before, and you're enriched and you learn a little bit. So with our next speaker, I'd like to introduce Miss Lila Gieselson. She's currently she's currently directing marketing and fundraising efforts, as well as most recently taking on the role of co-founder. Now, as co-founder, she's hit the ground running, proving herself a key component to the success of the Foundation for the Future. She comes to us with a background in marketing, branding, and business development. And here at the Foundation, she's a grounded sounding board and dynamic member with innovative thought capital and a bent for common sense organizational development. We're all grateful to have her charisma and expertise available to us, and especially no one as much as Tim. But please help us welcome Miss Lila Gieselson. Lila.
How am I not unmuted? Oh, there we go. Now I'm unmuted. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Tim. I think the common sense piece was one of the greatest compliments I've received in a while. Thank you. Really looking forward to the future with the Foundation. As Tim said, I've been involved since the start, but I feel like we are really assembling a strong team, and the sky's the limit for the next few months here. Thank you all for attending. We're honored for you here in the Zoom room, for you all in streaming world. We at the Foundation, along with some of our phenomenal partners, Michael at Liftport has put a lot of work into this. We created this event primarily to accelerate U.S. space infrastructure development. We know it'll get there eventually, but I think the word acceleration is the key. And this is really the first step in creating a safe, sustainable gateway to outer space. I mean, I think without the near term, and that's 2020 to 2035 timeline, if we don't expand our reach within that period, I mean, there is no final frontier, at least not anytime soon. So again, we're pleased that you're all joining us here for the second Blue Marble Week event. I may echo some of the things that Tim said here, which is good. We're aligned. We're featuring a lot of extraordinary thought leaders in the field of space infrastructure development. Got a phenomenal lineup. Today, what I will share is a little bit about myself, and I will talk about vision and why that's important. Goals and visions, both for the foundation and Blue Marble Week. So a bit of storytelling, a bit of history, and to be perfectly honest, very little technical information about space. Not my forte, not my background. My background is in marketing, but again, glad you're here. Hope you all find value. That's why we're here. It's something new and a place for us to learn and connect with new people. Next slide, please. I had some tough technical difficulties this morning, so I've got a helper helping me with the slides here. All right, so a little bit about myself. I do not have a PhD in aerospace engineering, no space experience at all in the space industry. My background is in marketing, brand development, culture, people. The slide here shows the city of Detroit. I live outside of Detroit, Ann Arbor, actually. Yes, I'm a Wolverine, went to the University of Michigan. But don't even live in Ann Arbor. I live in a small town called Chelsea, which is known for very little other than the Jiffy Mix factory. And the actor Jeff Daniels lives here in Chelsea. But Detroit is generally known for one thing. Next slide, please. The automotive industry. I spent much of my career working in marketing for agencies and who supported automotive companies and also automotive companies. And I showed this image, particularly this older image, to illustrate two things. Well, one thing, the automotive background, but also the history of the automotive industry and how one man's vision over 100 years ago sort of redefined a whole era. And what his vision was is actually, it was a little shocking to me because it was surprisingly simple. His vision was to build and market a simple, strong, reliable, affordable car for the masses. And he specifically wanted to help farm families to become less isolated. Is this not infrastructure? Connecting people from point A to point B, giving them opportunity, giving them access. It wasn't anything glamorous per se. It wasn't luxury, but it was utilitarian. It was opening a whole new frontier to a lot of people who, couldn't get very far with a horse and buggy. He filled a need, he created jobs, and of course, innovation ensued. He had a vision. And look where it got us now. It didn't start as, electric cars and self-driving cars, but it had to start somewhere. Next slide, please. So back to vision. This is me and my son, Henrik. This photo was taken in Bali. We're on a scooter, and this was in March of this year. Not a great time to be traveling in Asia. That's a whole different story for a different day. But on the topic of vision, back in 2018, I sort of shook up my life a little bit. I decided to redefine it, create a new vision. And that involved quite a few things. I was unhappy in a toxic relationship, divorce ensued, wanted to change my career path. Though there were some wonderful people in the automotive industry, I was pretty burnt out on the corporate world and said, hey, you know what? I'm going to finally live my dream of taking my boys out of school for a semester and traveling around the world. Not great timing, but that was my vision. It totally changed the trajectory of where I was going, and I took action on it. Again, COVID sort of had some other plans, but going back to this word vision and kind of what that means. Next slide, please. So this is just a definition here. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, but it actually means a couple of different things. And again, sticking with the theme here, I just wanted to sort of bring it back to space for a minute. Back in 2018, it was Christmas, and my sisters were outside. My sister's a little younger than I am, smoking cigarettes, because, you know, it's something you don't do around your parents. So they sneak outside, and I get this phone call that says, you gotta come out here. There's something you gotta see. I think we're under alien attack. I was like, okay, what's that about? So I went outside, and it was beautiful, clear sky, and we just saw these little dots sort of like going through the night sky. Next slide, please. And, you know, we had no idea what this was, but many of you looking at it may now know. This is Starlink. And, you know, we stood in awe for what felt like at least 40 minutes. And I think we counted at least 70 little satellites in a row. And they were even more perfectly spaced than what you see here in the photo. I mean, it was spectacular. It really was. And it was the first time in a very long time that I had seen even a glimmer of space. You know, I think many of us are too old, or too young rather, to remember the space race. I was in elementary school when Challenger exploded, and I think that was probably my last touch point. You know, I'm kind of a layperson, so I don't live in Orlando. I don't see launches, and very few people do. And I think there is an entire generation who has kind of missed out on any visibility into space. So I'm sure many of you know, but many of you don't. We've got audiences of all shapes and sizes here. So Starlink is a satellite internet company developed by SpaceX to bring internet access to rural and unserviced areas around the world. Pretty lofty, pretty visionary. And, you know, visionary in the, wow, this is where we're going to go sense, but also, you know, for me, visionary in just seeing this marvel. You know, it wasn't a movie. It wasn't something I saw on TV. This was real life, and captured my imagination and emotionally changed me. And though I didn't take immediate action, it did plant a seed, which is perhaps why I'm here today. Also, it was a moment that my sisters and I will probably never forget, because it was just, you know, one of those spectacular family moments. Next slide, please. This is the blue marble photo. Now, we're going to take this photo, first of all. It's an image of Earth taken on December 7th, 1972, from a distance of 18,000 miles from the planet's surface. It was taken by Apollo 17's crew. And this might get awkward, but I want to just pause for a full minute to just look at the photo. If you can't sit still for that long, you know, check your email or something. But let's just let it sink in for a minute. All right, well, that's probably about a minute. It's powerful. And it was taken over 40 years ago, snapped by one of three of the crew members. It's not clear which one, but the one thing they do know, looking at the timeline and everything, it was actually snapped at a moment when it probably shouldn't have been. It was out of schedule. Someone sort of grabbed the camera and just impromptu took this photo, which makes it even more magical. And I think it was taken in winter, as Antarctica's kind of exposed there around the solstice. Those three crew members, Gene Cernan, Ronald Evans, and Harrison Schmidt. NASA actually credits all of them because they couldn't agree who actually took it. They all did take a lot of photographs. So no human since has been far enough to photograph the whole Earth like this. And yeah, it's spectacular. So I think, again, going back to this word vision, the whole world saw this photograph when it came back, and it changed the way people saw the Earth. It changed the way people felt about the Earth, and it also changed actions. Seeing something really visceral and real, and this is back when photos actually were real, not so much anymore. And again, we haven't had many visual touch points. There were some interesting things happening here on Earth around that time. I guess this image during the 70s, environmental activism was a big thing. And this was also around the beginning of Earth Day. So this image also became a symbol of that, symbol of Earth's vulnerability, fragility, isolation amidst the vast expanse of space. All right, next slide, please. So seeing something can definitely change the way we feel and act. So again, not much has been seen in space for a while, and we here at the Foundation and Blue Marble Week want to change that. We feel it's time to make space visible and alive again. As you may know, the Foundation for the Future is a scientific education and public works advocacy foundation dedicated to the creation of a public-private space infrastructure partnership to make space accessible to all. And that is what we are here to do. Next slide, please. So why do we exist? Number one, to create sustainable space infrastructure that supports economic growth on Earth while securing US interests in space. And this is specific to the foundation. Blue Marble Week is very aligned. The partnership has been very aligned. And as you know, we are sponsors of Blue Marble Week. Number two, to pass the Congressional Space Act in 2021. More on this, please tune into John Schwartz's talk Someone could drop that into chat and just exactly what time that speech will be. That'd be great. Definitely worth tuning into. He's going to talk about the efforts to pass a bill in Congress. And our third goal is to create an ecosystem of commerce for companies, innovators, and leaders who are building the future of America. So thank you all for being here. Again, we're looking at you. This is a community initiative. And again, our vision of this is bigger and it involves a lot of people. And beyond that, Tim mentioned this before, but we want to make space boring. And I think this does require a little bit more explanation. It'll never be boring, but commonplace, how like we drive cars. We arrive in a destination without knowing how you got there. Tim didn't tell this story, but he did grow up in Alaska. No roads, no utilities, and without roads and utilities, you're not getting in. So I think space is similar. We need that infrastructure. And again, going back to Henry Ford's vision from over 100 years ago, building and marketing a simple, strong, reliable, affordable car for the masses. Infrastructure is key, and it is key now. Next slide, please. These are some of the Foundation for the Future's initiatives. More specific goals, I won't go into too much detail, as I know we will throughout this event. The formation of the public-private entity, the Space Corporation Enterprise. It'll have 3 offices, which together will serve as a linchpin for the planning, financing, and administration of basic infrastructure to, from, and through space. It'll include a space development fund, a space port authority, and a center for space studies. That is our proposal. Going back again to vision, we've been doing a lot of visioning ourselves here. And we recently went through a corporate rebrand, if you will. We really looked internally, looked externally, and identified sort of what our sort of true norths are. Next slide, please. And this is just a little tongue in cheek here, but not really, in the sense that all of these images sort of evoke a pioneering spirit. There's a bit of history. There's a bit of nostalgia. They're visionary. They're bold ideas with a strong point of view. And I think that's sort of where we're coming from. Strong point of view, but grounded in logic. Again, going back to this near-term infrastructure. What can we do now? What is going to help us move the needle now? Next slide, please. These are just some of our values to help us move that vision forward. And these are our internal values, but we also see these as the values of both Blue Marble Week and our audience. So I would imagine that some of these might resonate with you as well. Try, fail, try, and win fast. It's all about, again, moving the needle, failing quickly, moving forward. I think a lot of this space business is a learning initiative, and we are learning as we go. There's a lot to be learned, and we'll get there. Again, I'm learning at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Tomorrow's results today. Why wait? Let's just do it now. We don't need to accept anything less. We can keep moving. Space for everybody. Right now, it's only for a very, very select few. I think we've mentioned it before, but we would love to see HVAC contractors in space. We would love to see people with advertising backgrounds moving into the space sector, because advertising in space may be a thing someday. Also, radical transparency. We're not in this alone. We want to be completely open. We want to share, and of course, treat others how we want to be treated. All right, next slide. A little more specific to Blue Marble Week. Again, that word accelerate. Our goal is to accelerate this initiative, near-term space infrastructure development, sooner than later. And we really want to be a credible and essential resource in the space infrastructure community for individuals, organizations, companies. I don't know that a hub for that exists yet. So we want to create a place to share, connect, and have some fun. And hopefully someday we'll be able to have human connection again, and we can bring these into the real world. And I think we are continually looking for new ideas and ways to expand our message. We've got a phenomenal lineup of events coming up. Next slide, please. This is just our schedule, and it's been very finely crafted by some thinkers in the space. And I know definitely next month's event will be action-packed. Definitely tune into that. We're also looking into partnering with other organizations. We want to celebrate together. Yuri's Night on April 12th is something that we are looking forward to celebrating. We're thinking through some different ideas there. And as Tim mentioned, there is another greater objective to Blue Marble Week. It's sort of crowdsourcing this information. As we convene, as we share more information, we're compiling case studies and reasons for why this is so important, why infrastructure is relevant for security, for jobs, for futures. So it's all information we plan to use to help support our Space Act and this initiative in the 117th Congress. One last glimpse at Blue Marble. Hopefully now you start feeling some emotions around that, and hopefully we can connect that to these events as well. Next slide, please. If you are so inclined, please join us. We are seeking intellectual partners, volunteers, both for Foundation for the Future, Blue Marble Week, steering committee members for Foundation, board members, sponsors, of course, for events, a lot of benefits in that. And if you want any more information, please go to Foundation, to our Foundation site, f4f.space, and you'll find more information there. And hopefully sooner than later, we can all meet somewhere. Until then, I thought this would be kind of a fun idea, because we don't have that person-to-person, human-to-human interaction anymore. And we'll do this again throughout the event. I know not everybody is tuned in at the moment, and we'll have kind of people coming and going throughout. If you could drop a link to your LinkedIn as a chat, if you would like. Again, we want this to be a place for connection. It's hard to rub elbows in a Zoom room, but this way we can stay in touch and have conversations offline. And if you have any questions or you'd like to contact me, do so through LinkedIn. I will drop it in my chat now, or email me at, it's pronounced Lila, it's spelled Layla, but it's pronounced Lila, Laila at f4f.space. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you so much, Lila. Excellent. So everyone, as you see, that's kind of a snapshot into our leadership, who they are, where we're going. You guys will find out a little bit more about who we are and what we're doing. Let me just drop here real quick for everybody a couple of links. And then we also, in addition to the Blue Marble Week, as you all probably have seen before, this is where you can get your information for all the events occurring this week and then future events as well. So be sure to watch out for those as they're coming through the pipe or coming down the pipe, so you can be aware of what's going on and how that's transpiring. I want to, again, also encourage through the course of all this for dialogue and discussion, and open it up to all the speakers. If you guys have a question as you're listening, please formulate that. Feel free to drop it in the chat. If you have a question out there, you're watching live on Facebook or YouTube, and you can drop a comment, we should be able to have someone that can relay that to either myself or one of the MCs or the speaker, and then we can get that fielded so that we can keep the discussion going and help make this more than just a monologue, which is the goal, is trying to get everyone involved and see how much we can move the discussion forward. The other link that I dropped in there is our homepage, which is the f4f.space. So check that out. You can see, who we are, where we're going, what we're doing, and really how we're getting there. You can find out more about our current initiatives, and you can also see the partners that are enabling and helping us to get there. Just like Lila mentioned, this is a group effort. We can't all do it on our own. So we need participation to help make that possible. And we're very thankful for those partners that are current and enduring. And we look forward to fostering future relationships as well. Well, let's go ahead and move on. Right now we got, okay, I see someone's asking, I'm sorry about the YouTube link. Will someone drop that in if they haven't already? Thank you very much. Next up is going to be Mr. Michael Lane. He has been working on space elevator development for 20 years. He was a part of the original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team from 2001 to 2003. At the conclusion of that first effort between 2003 and 2007, Mr. Lane created Liftport to pursue the necessary development precursor technologies, be it carbon nanotubes, climbing robotics, and other material science breakthroughs. In 2010, Lane's team pivoted to focus exclusively on the lunar space elevator infrastructure, because a lunar elevator can be constructed now, today, with existing materials, existing robotics, and existing rocketry. Lane is a former U.S. Marine, investment advisor, real estate developer, first wave internet company entrepreneur. He is the two-time president of the International Space University U.S. Alumni Association and serves on the board of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. As a futurist, Lane is a sought-after speaker and frequent lecturer on topics from space, robotics, nanotech, business operations, and the future. Let's all please welcome Mr. Michael Lane. Michael, the floor is yours.
Hey, y'all. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. For me, it's still pretty early in the morning and still dark outside. So wherever you are in the world, thanks for being with us today and maybe tomorrow. I started working with Tim and Lila just unbelievably just 2.5 months ago. This is our second event. We have a whole schedule, month after month after month after month of programming coming pretty soon. So pretty excited about this. the evolution of both the Foundation for the Future and Blue Marble Week is really, it's fun to watch unfold. It's certainly fun to be a part of it. So thank you, Lila and Tim, for inviting us to be along the ride with you. It's really been terrific. Last month, I spent a while talking about this idea called the grand architecture. And it's this kind of nebulous idea. And I think it's kind of, it should be a nebulous idea because I think it's still a work in progress. We, the folks on this call, the folks on YouTube and Facebook, we are building this grand architecture as humanity moves from our home, our cradle of Earth, out into the solar system. Some people think it should be huge, giant leaps to the moon. Other think that the next giant leap is obviously the next leap should be the moon, and other think it should be larger leaps out to Mars. But whatever it is, we know that there's kind of a step-by-step path to it. We're going to talk about what I think that step-by-step path is, and it's going to shift. It's going to change as we go. I'm going to pull up some slides here in just a moment, but before I do, I kind of want to just acknowledge where we are in this grand adventure. We've been looking at space, participating in space, really for only a few decades. Lila really only became aware of space just recently watching Starlink. Even though she's a grown woman, in the world doing things, it was never really top of mind until just a year ago, right? So we all come to this thing of space in different ways and at different times. And I actually really think that's terrific. I was talking to Lila a couple of days ago about this. She was kind of downplaying it, like, wow, I only just figured this out. But I actually really want to give credit to her that, some people never figure it out. So there's one, but, we all look at it. We all have that, I'm going to say, kumbaya moment, this epiphany of space in different ways at different times. So wherever you are in your own personal journey towards space, some of us have been at it for a long time, but most people are new. And so I really want to kind of extend Lila's invitation to folks that are new to this, that this is a journey that we're going to take together. So join us wherever you are. I think it's going to be a fun path. And so with that, I'm going to swap over to my screen. Give me a moment. Full screen. All right, everybody see that? Good. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to get into it. You heard in the bio that I've spent a lot of time looking at space elevators, whether it was under the NASA umbrella or through our own efforts at Liftport. It's been my career in space, about 20 years, has always been on, I will say, either the bleeding edge or even some people say the fringe, or some people say wackadoo crazy side of space. But that's what I like. I like big ideas, whether it's space-based solar power or Earth elevators originally, and then lunar elevators most recently. I've spent about 20 years looking at arguably some of the hardest, biggest problems in space, knowing that we as humans are going to overcome these big problems and build things. Somebody asked a moment ago about which link for the YouTube channel. I'm holding this slide up on purpose for a moment. It's youtube.com/liftport. There are others, but I don't have them off the top of my head. So there's some stuff at Facebook. I think we are live streaming to Facebook, both here and at the Foundation for the Future. So there's, I think, 3 or 4 live streams going at once. So that gets a little complicated. So I don't have them all in my head, but I know these are up there because we're operating them. All right, moving on. So, in the same way that Lila kind of had us pause for a moment, looking at the blue marble image, and you can see it's over my shoulder here. The blue marble has been a powerful symbol to me for a very long time. I think I've had that flag for 8, 9, 10, 12 years, possibly. It's important. But I like this picture because it offsets the Earth almost as this secondary consideration, and really puts the emphasis on the moon, because that's really where I want. That's really the target that I'm aiming for. Most folks in the space community all have a particular passion, whether it's low Earth orbit and lots of communication satellites, whether that's space stations, whether that's moon, Mars, far beyond, out into the solar system, and some folks are looking at other stars. So wherever your focus is, this is mine. This is mine. We're going to talk about grand architecture. I'll share some of the slides from last month, but I'm not going to go into depth on them. I'm going to kind of really focus on kind of this, lay the groundwork for today's events and tomorrow's events. So we are a fiercely non-political organization, and yet there is a document that came out last summer from the National Space Council that I think really defines where we are currently and where we're going. It's a pretty ambitious document. It's absolutely worth reading. It's not that long, only about 23 pages, but there's a lot of meat to it. And their focus is these 5 elements: commercialization of LEO, returning to the moon to stay, and then extending humans to Mars, deep space development, and ultimately education and workforce as infrastructure assets. Certainly the Foundation for the Future really has an emphasis on that education and workforce component. But the things we're going to pay attention to right now are commercialization of LEO and returning to the moon to stay. We as in Blue Marble, were really pleased to have Lieutenant General, 3-star General Quast, retired General Quast, join us at our Blue Marble Week event last month. And one of the things he said to me really directly was that, this conversation that we're having, in his context, it's everything from national security and national defense to how we move out to space, how we develop LEO, MEO, GEO, cislunar space, the moon, Mars. He said that this is the most important conversation in our nation's history. And at first I considered that a little bit of hyperbole, but after many conversations, just one-on-one on the telephone, I really have come to believe that he's right, that this conversation about how we develop, how we as Americans, how we as a global species move out into space is really, really important. um, you know, he has a job of protecting our national interests. I have it was mentioned in my bio that I'm a part of the International Space University community. I'm very much a globalist, but I try to balance those two um, uh, competing philosophies. But I really respect what he said and why he said it. And then I'm also really honored to have the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force, Dr. Joel Mosier, who has invited me on a number of occasions to kind of look into what I refer to as my crystal ball, to kind of look at the near future and try to understand where we're going by having a clear understanding of where we currently are and where we've recently come from. So that shapes a lot of this conversation about the grand architecture. You can't build this architecture without really having a pretty clear understanding about the role of government in all this. I definitely want to be clear. I'm a commercial guy. That's where I'm coming from, coming to space from. Liftport has always been a commercial company, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker, but it always has had that perspective. But the role of government and their current programs and potential programs have always influenced space, from the earliest days of Kennedy saying, you know, within this decade, to where we are right now. The role of government has always played a really, I would say, pivotal and leading role in the development of space. I have a hunch that's changing. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But up until now, for the last 5 decades, the role of government has been the driver of all activities in space. And it's not just the US government. It was once upon a time the Soviet government. It's currently the Chinese government. The European Space Agency has an extraordinary role. There are new actors. We'll talk about them in a minute, but especially United Arab Emirates, India, Japan, Israel. They are all doing new, very exciting things. Some of them are current programs, and some are creating new programs as we speak. It was, I think, pretty interesting that last month, our friend Julian, who's going to be speaking later today, gave a long presentation about missions to the moon. And about 10 minutes after he finished his presentation, Yoav, who's on the call right now, he comes in and is like, yeah, that's cool that you did that, but it's already out of date because Israel just announced a new program today. So that's how fast this stuff is changing. Sometimes even our experts are caught off guard because there's literally new information coming out every single day. And that's really exciting. I sent some stuff off to Julian just last night about some changes that happened yesterday. So this is a cycle, this is a circle that continues to turn. And we in the industry, we as participants in all this, really have to be aware of this kind of ongoing shifts. But I say that, but I want to point out that I think that is changing, but we haven't changed yet. Oops. So when we do space, really whenever we do any of this stuff, I try to keep in mind what I refer to as the 4 pillars: hardware, business, outreach, and framework. And what does that mean? It means to respond to all of my software friends, when I say hardware, I don't mean to exclude software, but the things that we are building are physical objects in the world, and so that means hardware is dominant. We want to build a lot of assets, infrastructure out in space, the physical products. So the atoms and molecules outweigh the bits and ones and zeros. In the American system, really nothing happens unless you can close the business case, whether that's on the government side or the commercial side. If you can't find the money to support an idea, it doesn't matter how good the idea is, it probably isn't going to happen. Storytelling outreach is really an underappreciated component of this grand architecture. I think it's one of the reasons why Tim chose Lila to be his second, his co-founder, because storytelling, it's how we connect to these big ideas. It's how we get new people involved with the new ideas. It's how we educate current and longstanding members of our community. Outreach, whether it is partnerships with universities like Cal Poly, partnerships, whether it's with the Space Force Association, this kind of active partnership development, active storytelling, media. It's the reason that we're doing Blue Marble Week in the first place, right? That storytelling is a part of building the infrastructure that we want to create. And then framework. Now, I'm somewhat disconnected from the efforts of Lila and Tim and the Space Act. I'm certainly very enthusiastic for it, but I don't really understand how that stuff works. The whole Washington, D.C. environment is mysterious to me. But laws, policies, global governance, the stuff that we're doing has international treaty implications. All of that is wrapped up in the concept of framework. So when we look at the grand architecture, we're really trying to understand these four pieces as we start building the cislunar iconosphere. I like AC/DC. As a band, it was one of my most favorite concerts of all time. And this is somewhat of a joke here for those about to moon rock. But it's how I kind of think about the problems of space, right? The actors, not the problems, the actors in space. So academic, civil, defense, and commercial. And as we unfold this grand architecture, I really want you to think about the AC/DC of space, right? That this adventure that we're on together is both driven by and facilitated by these four symbolic partners. We simply cannot go to space without involving these teammates. And so what do they do? Like, what's their role? I think it's somewhat obvious, but there are new people to this community, so I want to be cognizant of that. Going to space is really, really challenging, and we've had decades of experience to learn how to do that, and a lot of that has come through partnerships. A lot of that experience and learning has come through partnerships in the academic community. I don't think we could have accomplished any of this um, without those academic relationships. And I think that they are often considered secondary players. And they're absolutely not. So I wanted to kind of identify that. Civil, everybody thinks about NASA, of course, and I think that that's probably appropriate that that is first and top of mind. But it's not the only story. NASA, NOAA, there are many governmental agencies that access and use space, whether they're building satellites or whether they are just using the data from those systems. Defense, I think, is somewhat self-explanatory, although again, as I said a minute ago, there are things that are changing there with the new development of the U.S. Space Force. I think the shift from the Air Force to the Space Force is really significant. We're going to talk about that a lot tomorrow, and we're going to talk about that an awful lot in next month's Blue Marble events. And then the thing that I think is one of the wild cards in the system is the commercial developments in space. In the United States, that's a very fuzzy word because Boeing and Lockheed were primarily responsible for our first efforts in space 50 years ago. And Boeing manages most of the inner workings of the International Space Station, especially the ground control systems. But commercial now has kind of a new meaning. I have been referring to the differences between risk space and safe space. We'll get into that some other day. But the shorthand version of that is that there are new companies creating new projects and programs that are not backed by any governmental program. They are building, if you build it, they will come business models. And that's really risky. And many companies that have been around for a while have evolved to the point where they are taking on governmental contracts. And the more governmental contracts they take, they become less risky and more safe. And you can see that very clearly in Blue Origin and SpaceX. They start out spending their founders' money on big ideas, and then over time evolved into contractual relationships with governmental clients. Later in the day, I think he's already on the call now, Pedro is going to talk an awful lot about that evolutionary step of commercial and why some of those things are happening. So academic, civil, defense, and commercial AC/DC for those about to moon rock. So this grand architecture really is, in my mind, is broken into 6 major components. We're really focusing at both the Foundation for the Future and the Blue Marble Week, and then our own component at Liftport. We're all focusing between now and 2035. It's not a rolling 15-year schedule. It's a hard stop at 2035. With a really strong emphasis on 2022 and 2025. So that's kind of a programming element of our series, but it's also kind of how we look at the world and developing the space. So it all starts with launch, and we're going to talk about that a lot more over today and tomorrow. But launch is the enabling technology for everything else to happen. It enables communications and Earth observation. Once you have mastery, and I would argue that we are near mastery at launch, either now or soon. Once you have mastery of launch, Then you start working on in-space transportation. So last month we brought in some folks like Orbit Fab and Momentous to talk about how you maneuver within space. My own bias that we will eventually build out the lunar elevator system in the next 10 years or so. You then create a whole fleet of space stations at LEO, at GEO, the Lagrange points, and then of course the moon itself. Once you have access to the moon in a really significant way, that's when you start getting mining and manufacturing off of lunar assets. You'll also do a lot of manufacturing at space stations. That's important to note. And then finally, you have all the pieces necessary to build out what I consider to be a really important infrastructure element of space-based solar power, using lunar resources to do it. So that is kind of the grand architecture in a nutshell. And I think all of these things will happen between now and 2035. I'm very confident that these things will all evolve and grow over the next 14 years. But getting back to launch, communications, and Earth observation, that's really the point of today and tomorrow's event. We're going to be talking about a lot of those topics, but not from the perspective of this cool rocket versus that cool rocket and this another new cool rocket and this other new cool rocket that's coming. There are plenty of space conferences that do that. That's not what this is about. We are assuming that other people are doing the Who's Got a Cool Rocket conference pretty well. What we want to talk about is kind of the down to earth impacts of this new technology. So my argument, and it's definitely open for debate and conversation, is that either now or very soon, for-profit companies are leading governments, and governments will become anchor tenants. Now, has that happened just yet? No, it hasn't. But I do have a strong suspicion that it will happen soon. So that's my own personal bias. I just want to clarify my own thinking there. And how's that going to happen, right? It's going to happen because there's kind of three phases to all this. There's the ideation phase where we're kind of having these really big ideas and cool ideas. And then there's the governmental contractor position where you are in a public-private partnership, in this case with Uncle Sam, but with lots of other governments coming online. And at that point, then and only then do you start getting able to build large-scale infrastructure that other people can then build upon. Jeff Bezos has really driven home the point that you can't just build an Amazon if you don't have all of the pieces of the internet working before that, right? So there's infrastructure layers that have to happen before an Amazon can exist. And I think there are layers of infrastructure that need to be created before we can have this thriving cislunar econosphere. And that comes from having some big ideas, building out some partnerships and alliances, and then developing out the infrastructure. So what might that look like? Commercially, companies will invent something, license it, spin off, or build out operating subsidiaries. So there's an economic driver, an engine there, a financial engine in the idea space. And then those folks will find partnerships and alliances at NASA and US Space Force. And I really want to stress that a lot of exciting things are also happening in Europe and Asia. So I don't want to ignore that. And then as they go along, these other kinds of infrastructures will happen. We already know that there's going to be a lunar outpost called Gateway, kind of in a weirdo orbit around L1. There's going to be cargo transport that already exists in some capacity. So that infrastructure element gets larger and stronger as these idea factories start working and developing public-private partnerships. And then as you go further in time, you get more and more specialization, right? You're going to get better computing, you're going to get better robotics, you're going to get better materials and energy systems out of this idea factory that will lead to more specialized partnerships. NASA has the SCAN program. There's a lot of folks looking to align with them on the communication side. Certainly, U.S. Space Force is very interested in all these acronyms: intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, position, navigation, and timing equals space domain awareness for the Department of Defense intelligence community. How's that? Everybody see that down in here? These kinds of specialized public-private partnerships, and let's call them what they are: companies contract services to the government that the government wants to buy. So once that happens, then you get much more specialized infrastructures developing. Again, my focus is on the moon, so that's going to be a part of it. Okay, so that's kind of this grand architectural evolution, right? So now let's think about launch from the perspective of, who's going to the moon, when, and why. Hey, by the way, I need to pause for a second. I don't have a clock going. Can somebody tell me what my time is? We're good. I have 12 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. So this is a chart adapted from European Space Agency. It's about 18 months old. I just told you that last month we had, in one day there was an update. So take this with a grain of salt, in that it is knowingly outdated, but it's very pretty and it's very useful. So I continue to use it even if it is a bit outdated. Liftport took some liberties with this. I'll show you those in a minute. But some of the things I would kind of want to point out is like, look, there's a lot of countries going to the moon. Just let that sink in for a second. I just want you to absorb this for a second. There are many, many, many nations, because European Space Agency represents an additional, I think, 14 countries, partner nations. So there are a lot of folks heading to the moon. And I can't even describe how exciting this is to me. We have seen a chart that says north of 90 missions are headed there between now and 2030. So it's boggling to me. So, and then there's a different kinds of missions, right? Only a few of them are return missions, less than half. Many of them are going to go up there and just hang out. And we know that China's been on the moon for 2 years, continually operating in the same way that NASA and JPL have been continually operating on Mars. And people are saying, well, we've been on Mars for 10 years. Who cares about the China on the moon for the last 2 years? My pushback to that is those are substantially different problems, and hats off to the folks in China that have accomplished that, because it is a remarkably difficult problem that they're working on. So there's only a few lander missions. There's only a very few human missions going to the moon. That is the most exciting thing I can think of. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff happening in space, but human missions to the moon, I mean, to me, that's astounding. And then there's this other element of this chart. It's broken into commercial and institutional missions. Now, at first glance, it looks like the institutional missions are greater than the commercial missions. I want you to hang on to that. I'm going to argue that this is a little bit of a propaganda piece by the European Space Agency. I'll show you why in a minute. But they have seen fit, they have decided to differentiate these missions by whether they're commercially led or institutionally led. And I think that's a really important distinction. This is to kind of showcase national missions. Japan, Korea, Israel, India. These are national priorities, and they're putting real resources behind this. And that's very, very exciting. I will point out that this chart was crafted before Israel attempted to go to the moon and before India attempted to go to the moon. In both cases, those missions did not exactly go as planned, but in both cases, those nations have decided to double down and re-attempt going back to the moon. So hats off to those folks. I've already mentioned that China is already on the moon. They've been on the moon for a while. They just completed one big mission of a sample return, which is bogglingly complex. So hats off to those folks. And I'm going to register some doubt about the Russian program. I have very high confidence that when they are partnered with ESA, that date is probably not going to slip. 2021 is probably pretty accurate for Luna 25. I have a lot of skepticism based both on the Russian political stability and especially the price of oil and the value of the ruble. Those two things really impact the Russian space program. So I have a lot of suspicion about their planned missions for 2024 to 2027. But currently it's on the books, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for right now. And then look at all these ESA missions. And this is an ESA document. So I said a moment ago that there's a little bit of propaganda in this. They have all highlighted the ESA flag over the American flag, the ESA flag over the Russian flag, the ESA flag independent. I get why they do that. This is an ESA document, but it is a bit misleading. But I mentioned, or Ed mentioned in my bio about my relationship to ISU. International Space University is a very strong partner to the Moon Village Association, and the Moon Village Association is kind of loosely partnered with ESA. So I'm very supportive of this. I really want it to happen. And honestly, I would argue that ESA has a more ambitious lunar development program, not mission program, but lunar development program than we have in the United States. So I really hope that NASA and ESA align on some shared to use Lila's words, some shared and common visions. So coming back to this institutional and commercial element for a second, see this piece right here? It's a little italics piece, 2 year until 2028. That's the CLIPS missions. I'm sorry, I can never remember NASA's acronyms. They're not as cool as AC/DC, so I don't ever remember them. But the CLIPS missions are, congressionally mandated, approved, budgeted missions, 2 a year until 2028. So we fixed ESA's chart to show what it really looks like. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff happening very, very quickly. And some of these missions were already on the chart, and some of them were completely missed. So this is what a Liftport modified ESA chart looks like of what lunar development is coming soon. There's a lot of stuff happening, and to me, this is super exciting. We have, at this rate, we have 21 missions scheduled to the moon before, in Kennedy's famous words, before this decade is out. So never in the heyday of the Apollo program did we have this aggressive a mission schedule. So I just kind of want to like level set where we are, right? That we are about to enter an age that is vastly more accessible, to me, more exciting than the best days of the Apollo program. So just like let that sink in for a second. We're at the very beginning of it. We're at the very, very beginning of it, but we are at the earliest stage of a program that actually makes the Apollo program look pretty simplistic. That to me is pretty amazing. When I read this, I guess I read this about 4 months ago. I had to check myself because I didn't think I was reading this thing right. I really had to dig into it for a bit to make sure that I wasn't misreading it, misinterpreting it. But I feel pretty strongly that this is pretty accurate. So we are in an era that is, I would say, the precursor of what is 2 or 3 times the numbers of missions that we had during the Apollo era. And we're going with international partners also. So that's really great. Shout out to Michael Mealing, by the way. This one in 2022 that says Maston. Michael Mealing was on the original Maston team. He's not there any longer, but we shared stories about how he was sleeping under the desk at Maston to make sure that they got some stuff happening on deadline. So it's really kind of exciting to see some of these missions and some of the relationships we had. Full disclosure, I worked at Astrobotic for exactly 2 weeks before my boss got fired, and then I got fired. So it's really cool to see Astrobotic going to the moon very, very soon. But these are programs that, I mean, we're talking about stuff that has been development. It's been in development, let's see. For me, Astrobotic happened in about 2009, maybe 2009. And then Masson, I don't even know when that was. That was even earlier than that time. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted to get to. There's a lot of missions happening. There is a fair amount of money in the system. And as we as we grow, globally towards this goal, these numbers are going to increase. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. That was a great intro to the grand architecture for us. We appreciate it. Is there any questions that I'm not seeing, or anything, anyone from the group has anything that they'd like to address for Mr. Lane? Going once, going twice. Okay, thanks again, Michael.
Perfect.
Right.
Thank you very much.
So moving on, our next speaker, Dr. George C. Neild, is the president of the Commercial Space Technologies, LLC. It was established to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space activities. He served as the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation at the Federal Aviation Administration from 2008 to 2018. Dr. Neild has over 30 years experience in aerospace with the Air Force, at NASA, and in private industry. A graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, he holds an MS and PhD in aeronautics and astronautics from Stanford University and an MBA from George Washington University. He's also a flight test engineering graduate at the U.S. Air Force Test Pilot School. Mr. Neild, welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Edgar. And I want to thank also Tim, Layla, Michael, and others for allowing me the chance to participate today. I'm going to be spending some time talking about the commercial sector in particular, and in particular the spaceport part of this future endeavor that we're talking about. Ever since the Soviet Union launched Yuri Gagarin into space more than 50 years ago, almost all of the significant accomplishments and milestones in our space activities have been by governments. Whether we're talking about Project Mercury, Project Gemini, the Apollo moon landings, the X-15 program, 30 years of flying the space shuttle, or building and now living and working on board the International Space Station. It's been the government that was responsible for planning, developing, and then executing all of these space programs. Well, I'd like to point out that going forward, that is not necessarily going to be the case anymore, because private industry is playing an increasingly important role. I think one of the most important milestones in highlighting and appreciating the commercial sector was the Ansari X Prize that many of you, I'm sure, have heard of. That was a $10 million prize that was to be given to the first private non-governmental team that could finance, build, and fly a reusable launch vehicle capable of taking 3 people to the edge of space at an altitude of 100 kilometers, returning safely to the Earth, and then conducting a repeat mission with that same vehicle within 2 weeks, just to demonstrate that this was not a stunt, but in fact held promise for a future business opportunity. When that prize was announced, there was a lot of interest all over the world. There were 26 different teams from 7 different countries that expressed an interest in participating. Many different kinds of vehicles and systems that were proposed. In the end, though, it was the team led by Burt Rutan at Scaled Composites that came up with this very strange looking system consisting of a White Knight carrier aircraft and a Spaceship One rocket-powered spaceship that was able to successfully meet those requirements. And back in 2004, twice within 2 weeks, took off from the runway at Mojave, climbed up to altitude. The carrier aircraft released Spaceship One. It turned on the rocket engine, soared up to the edge of space, and then glided down for a runway landing. And that got a lot of people's attention. And after that $10 million prize was awarded, the vehicle, Spaceship One, ended up being hung in the Milestones of Flight Gallery in the National Air and Space Museum. And look where it was put, right between the Spirit of St. Louis, the aircraft that Charles Lindbergh used to fly the Atlantic for the first time, and the X-1, the system that Chuck Yeager used to first break the sound barrier. So that's a pretty important place of honor there in the Smithsonian. And why is that? Well, I think it's because it demonstrated that for the very first time, it no longer takes a government with thousands of people and billions of dollars to build a spaceship. Another important milestone for commercial space was the retirement of the space shuttle. Shuttle had its final mission in 2011, and that was very important because from that point forward, NASA committed to relying on private industry to take food, clothes, experiments, supplies to our astronauts on board the space station, and eventually to rely on industry for transportation of its astronauts to and from the station as well. So that started off with the commercial cargo program with SpaceX and its Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon capsule. And at the time, Orbital Sciences Corporation, now part of Northrop Grumman, with the Antares rocket and the Cygnus spacecraft. So let's take a step back now and think about why governments have space programs in the first place. Well, there can be a lot of reasons, certainly, but they would include perhaps things like national security, technological leadership, international competitiveness, scientific curiosity, maybe even things like inspiration for students. So then we turn to, why do companies and wealthy individuals have space programs? And the answer to that is, well, for many of the same reasons that government is interested in this area. Plus, they may just be passionate about space, and or they see an opportunity to make some money. I think it's important to recognize, though, that this is not an either or situation here. We're not talking about government or private industry. If we can figure out how to do it correctly, there's a real opportunity to collaborate here, such that industry, with all of its capabilities and innovation, can help to meet some of the needs that the government has. What would government bring to the table? Well, certainly a lot of expertise. You have a lot of smart people that have been working on this for a long time, a lot of experience, and frankly, a continuing need for space products and services. And how about industry? What do they bring to the table? Well, lower costs, for one. I think most people would acknowledge that in general, it takes a lot less money for a private company to do a particular task compared to what that would cost if it's being done by the government. Industry also has a reputation for increased innovation. There's a natural tendency for government to find something that it thinks works and just stick with it, and to be somewhat reluctant to adapt to new technologies and innovation and inventions. That goes along with the third attribute there, greater risk tolerance. Again, government has a tendency to be very risk averse and not be willing to try something that might fail. And we're seeing a lot of folks now who will tell you, hey, if you're not failing, you're not pushing fast enough, you're not trying hard enough, you're not going to make progress that way. Industry brings the opportunity to share new products, new services, new customers. That is not government's business. That's not what government is for, but that's what industry is all about. And finally, industry can bring new sources of funding and investment so that we're not just waiting on Congress to pass an appropriations bill before we can find out how many space shuttle launches we're going to be able to have in a particular year, how many moon landings we're going to be able to have, if and when we're going to be able to go to Mars, all the rest. With industry involved, it's going to be based on markets and needs and commitments and vision. But there's the catch to getting the advantage of some of these benefits from industry. And that is that to achieve those benefits, government may need to change some of its historical practices and even its culture. Because by its very nature, government likes to oversee, to help, to control. And loss of that control can be pretty tough for folks to accept. But if we can help leadership appreciate the potential benefits here, I think it's quite possible that we can realize a number of advantages if we're willing to be flexible on how those program requirements are satisfied. Recently, we're seeing some good progress there in terms of government and industry partnerships, especially when it comes to infrastructure, facilities, and so forth. Recently, for example, at the Kennedy Space Center, we're seeing a lot of that going on. This building that you're seeing here used to be called the Orbit Processing Facility, the OPF, and it was used to inspect and maintain and repair and update the space shuttle. And now that has been turned over to Boeing for their use in preparing their commercial crew and cargo missions with their CST-100 spacecraft, the Starliner. Launch Complex 39A, with a long history of many of the Apollo missions and the space shuttle launches, that is now under a lease agreement with SpaceX for the next 20 years, such that SpaceX has modernized that pad and built that processing facility at the base of the ramp there. And that's what they use for many of their launches from Florida today. Little different arrangement is being used by other companies. Blue Origin has talked to Space Florida and the military at Cape Canaveral about upgrading one of the no longer used launch pads there at the Cape. And then right outside the gate, they have built an amazing, modern, very impressive factory to build their new Shepard rocket and other systems in order to allow a much more efficient and very cost-effective processing flow when they start launching their orbital missions, hopefully in the next year. So now let's take a look at the financial aspects here. There's a lot of people that are trying to add up how much money is being spent on space activities. I particularly like some of the work that's done by Bryce Space and Technology, who's watching this very closely. And in some of their recent reports, they did a very thorough assessment of all the spending in the global space economy. And there's, of course, some debate on what should you include and what should you not include and so forth, but I think this is representative. And there's a lot of information on this chart. What I want you to focus on, though, is the upper left-hand quadrant there in the brown. That's government spending. Less than 25% today is government spending in the world on space. The rest of that pie chart is non-government space spending. So there's a transformation underway here. It didn't start this way, but we're seeing some pretty amazing things in terms of private investment and the commercial sector and the role it plays in our activities in space. Even more exciting is what the future may bring. UBS, which is a Swiss-based financial services firm, is estimating that that global space economy could reach $805 billion in the next 10 years, $1 trillion in the next 20 years. Morgan Stanley is predicting could reach $1.1 trillion by 2040. Bank of America Merrill Lynch is looking for $2.7 trillion by 2045. And this is not the space cadets preaching to the choir here. These are the financial experts that are looking at this industry and laying out what they believe we're going to see in the relatively near future. So pretty exciting. I believe that much of that economic growth could take place at or near spaceports. So I'll be telling you why I think that as we go forward here. So where are these spaceports? Well, just looking at the United States, and of course there's launch sites all over the world, there's a lot of places who either are currently part of the action or they would like to be part of the action. Let me point out some of the things on this map here. The locations in blue are the FAA licensed spaceports. There's actually 12 of them today, 2 located at Cape Canaveral there with Spaceport Florida. They have a launch pad, and then the former shuttle landing strip is a separate license as well. Over on the left side of the chart, you see a list of 12 additional sites. These are organizations or locations, communities that are either in pre-application consultation with the FAA or they have publicly announced their intent to follow that process so that they could have a spaceport in their area as well. The locations in red, there are 12 of those are sites that are owned and operated by the federal government. And then down at the bottom there, you'll see 4 sites in black, and those are privately owned and operated launch and landing sites. So for example, SpaceX has a site at Boca Chica, Texas, and McGregor. Blue Origin has a site at West Texas, and Spaceport Tucson is where some of these Worldview, very, very high altitude balloons are going to be launched that go to the edge of space. And so they have a spaceport there that is privately owned and operated. So if there's all these places, do we really need that many? And what are we talking about here? What can you do at a spaceport? Let's talk about that for a minute. Obviously, you can launch satellites. And there's a lot of that going on today, and that's going to continue into the future. And it'll be all different kinds of launches, big rockets, small rockets, systems that take off from a runway, rockets that launch vertically, traditional companies, entrepreneurial companies, all kinds of activity. That's definitely going to continue. Going forward, though, we're going to see some new kinds of space activities. After many years of talking about it, I think we're right on the verge now of seeing suborbital space tourism. And there's at least 2 companies that are very close to being able to offer that. Virgin Galactic, which with their White Knight 2 and Spaceship 2 is flying their test missions now. And then Blue Origin with New Shepard. And both of these companies have at least tentative plans to begin their commercial operations within the next 12 to 18 months. And at that point, if you'd like to go to space and you have the money to buy a ticket, you're going to be able to hop in, ride that rocket up to the edge of space, where you can look out the window and see black sky, the curvature of the Earth, and experience that magic of weightlessness. And that is going to be life-changing. And it's going to really change the way we think about space, because it won't just be government employees, highly trained, highly educated, very fortunate to have been selected by NASA, that get a chance to go into space once or twice or three times. Now it'll be anyone and everyone that can afford to buy a ticket. And so we're going to see our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, and they're going to want to go. And we're going to want to hear all about it, or maybe go ourselves. And now for the first time, we'll have that opportunity. But even with that, I think we're talking about just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what happens at a spaceport. I would like to think about spaceports in a new way, to share a new vision, if you will, for what spaceports are all about. I think that they're not just locations from which launches and reentries can be conducted. They're also places that can serve as focal points and technology hubs to enable the growth of the global space economy. Potential activities are shown here, and let's just quickly go through some of those. We talked about Blue Origin and their factory outside the gates at Cape Canaveral. They're going to be building stuff there. And we're talking about rockets, modules, landers, satellites, systems, subsystems, components, doing final assembly and integration. All those kinds of things are going to happen if this vision of the future is going to come true. So we have to have some place to build it. And wouldn't it be a great idea to locate those factories, those places where we do manufacturing, either at or at least nearby spaceports where they're going to have to be launched? Research and technology development. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of learning to do on basic research and development and testing, not only the vehicles, but things like rocket engines, parachute and recovery systems, avionics and software. Why not do that where we have a core cadre of expertise and experienced workforce at or near spaceports? There are now companies that are offering education and training related to space, not just NASA anymore. You can buy a ticket to go on a parabolic aircraft flight such that you can experience for 20 to 30 seconds at a time what that weightless feeling is all about, to get you better prepared for a space flight. Companies like NASTAR have a centrifuge that will spin you around and push you back in your seat such that you know what 2Gs, 3Gs, 6Gs feels like before you strap yourself into the top of a rocket. If you've traveled anywhere on a commercial airline, you've heard the flight attendants give their safety speech about, in the event of a sudden change in cabin pressure, the mask will drop down. Well, how'd you like to try that out first in an altitude chamber, in a safe environment, so that you can recognize the symptoms of hypoxia in order to better prepare you for an eventual space mission? There's even companies now that will let you see what it feels like to put on a spacesuit and get a sense for what spacewalks are all about. Workforce development. If some of these magnificent dreams are going to come true, we're going to need a highly educated and motivated workforce in the future. And that means starting now, we have to have students that are learning about what space is all about. Not just in the scientific aspects, for sure, we want a whole broad community, but if we can think of ways to engage with young folks with partnerships between the spaceport and the companies that are located there, and high schools, community college, universities. Could teach classes there. We can do projects there. Can have training programs. How about internships? Wouldn't that be great? Co-ops, apprenticeships. Those are all things that we need to start thinking about in order to have the kind of workforce we're going to need in the future. And then point-to-point transportation. I frankly think this is going to be the killer app, the game changer for space-related things, because it's going to allow us to go from one side of the earth to the other in less than an hour. And that'll change how we interact with people, how we conduct business, how we buy and sell things, how we get products that we need in a hurry. So those are some of the things that I think can and should be taking place at spaceports. And I'm confident that they will someday. If we want to accelerate, if we want to encourage, if we want to enable some of those things to happen, I'd love to see the federal government adopt a national spaceport policy. And it might say something like this: the US government strongly supports the development and operation of commercial spaceports in order to do what? To ensure national security, to maintain technological leadership, to enable international competitiveness, and to provide inspiration for students in the development of a robust aerospace workforce. Now, policy is good, but let's get specific. A piece of paper is not going to change anything. So I have some recommendations that I would like to share in terms of how we can use spaceports to grow that space economy. And they would include things like increased federal funding and incentives for space-related infrastructure, expanding the definition of space support vehicles, implementing a spaceflight training education program, and establishing a point-to-point space transportation initiative. So let's just briefly talk about each of those. Space-related infrastructure. There's a long history of government support for transportation infrastructure. Roads, bridges, highways, railroads, seaports, airports. And yet, amazingly to me, today, there is no program to enable the government to financially support the infrastructure related to space, which is so important for our daily life and our national security. There's a lot of ways that we can address that issue. The government can directly provide support, perhaps by modifying the Airport Improvement Program. That's the program where the FAA spends more than $3 billion with a B every year on our airports. And I'm not criticizing that. That's been a fantastic program. That is what has been able to permit us to have a safe and effective and efficient aviation program that leads the world in so many ways. But there's nothing comparable for space. Congress did authorize a program called the Space Transportation Infrastructure Matching Grant Program back in the 90s. They never appropriated any funds to go with that. The FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation took some money out of Hyde for a few years back in 2010, 11, and 12, but that was like $500,000 per year, and you can't do much in terms of infrastructure with that level of funding. So that could be resurrected and funded. The Department of Transportation has a number of infrastructure grant programs for different modes of transportation. They've never been used for space-related programs for some reason. That's easy to fix. If for whatever reason the federal government just can't afford any money now to put towards this, then how about at least some indirect support? Things like bonds and loan guarantees and tax incentives. They can announce prizes and competitions, demonstrations, or program requirements that would support and enable investment in the spaceports. Let's talk about space support vehicles. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. That's an entity that was recently put into law by Congress, and what it's talking about is what NASA has been doing for years. Today, they have a fleet of T-38 jet fighters, trainers, that they use. If you're an astronaut, you fly in those regularly, even though the shuttle has long been retired, excuse me, because they found that flying in the back seat or the front seat of an aircraft like this, with a helmet on, an oxygen mask, and a parachute, and all strapped in, and a little bit claustrophobic, and then being pushed back in your seats and having unusual attitudes and having to think quickly and talk on the radio and keep the vehicle under control. That is fantastic training and preparation for going in space, even if you're flying on a rocket that doesn't have wings. So NASA does that. Unfortunately, you can't do that if you're not a NASA astronaut. There are plenty of people in the United States today that own aircraft like an L-39 or an F-104. And if you own that, you can take it out for a spin and go somewhere for Sunday brunch, and that is fine, no problem. What you are not allowed to do under the law is say, hey, you want to go upside down and go fast and see what it's like? Why don't you sit in the back seat and you can just cover my gas costs? You're not allowed to do that because it is illegal for someone to take an aircraft like this, which does not have an FAA type certificate. It's an experimental airworthiness certificate that these systems are being operated under. You cannot operate those systems for compensation or hire. Why? If you want to have a ride in one of these and pay for it, you have to go to Europe or Russia and pay big bucks. You're not allowed to do it in the United States. That is crazy. If we could just change the definition of what a space support vehicle is to allow high performance or former military aircraft to be included, and then enable folks to buy tickets for that, you could conduct that operation in an informed consent regime, just like we do for commercial human space flights for the suborbital launches. And then it would instantly, with no cost of government funding or anything, open up spaceports all over the country to allow people to get a sense of what spaceflight is like and to help improve safety and allow the spaceports to have something to do while they're waiting for that next rocket to come operate from their location. It would just be a real turbocharger for the kinds of things we're talking about if Congress would make that change. How about some academic partnerships? So back in the 1980s, NASA had this great program, Teacher in Space. We're going to launch Krista McAuliffe into orbit, and she was going to conduct a lesson to the classrooms around the country. And they got everyone's attention and people were excited, and students and teachers, and this was fantastic. And then we had the Challenger accident, and of course the program was canceled. Understand. But here we are now, 35 years later this month. I think it's time to take another look at a program like this. But I would just make some minor modifications. Given that Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin are going to be starting their commercial suborbital flights in the next year, I think, rather than sending one teacher all the way to orbit, how about sending hundreds of teachers on suborbital space flight so that they could all see what it's like and then go back to their classroom and be excited and motivate that next generation and get them all pumped up about math and science and engineering, or at least working with and in some of those industries. Even if the price stays at the level it's at now, roughly $250,000 per ticket, I think you could probably get a quantity discount But even if you kept it at that level, you could have 50 teachers, one from every state, fly every year for $12.5 million. That is peanuts in terms of the federal budget. And if we don't want to rely on the federal government, great. I'll bet there is some forward-thinking aerospace companies that would be happy to help, or maybe some philanthropic space cadet, wealthy investors, or folks that really appreciate and understand the benefits of space that could help with something like this. So I hope people will think about whether we can get something like that started in the near future. Finally, point-to-point transportation. Again, I think this is going to be a real game changer, both for national security and for economic competitiveness. And to the best of my knowledge, nobody's looking at this now. So how can we make something happen? Well, I'd like to see some prizes or contests or technology demonstrations, and then government, industry, and academia, let's come together and see what we can make happen to accelerate our progress in this area. As I said, nobody's specifically talking about this and focusing on it. The one that's closest is SpaceX with their Starship. But as everyone knows, Elon is focused on colonizing Mars and transporting huge cargo to the moon. Great, I love it. But he's acknowledged that, you know, if you take that same vehicle, you could fly from one side of the earth to another in less than an hour, and they put out some nice little computer generated videos that show that with all the cities and here's how long it could take and all that. And yes, there's challenges. It'll be loud. Maybe you have to take off and land from the harbor instead of in the middle of the city. I get that. Would grandma want to go? Maybe not. I get that. But this would be such a game changer that I'm shocked and disappointed that we're not thinking about it and talking about it. And it doesn't have to be SpaceX. I'm sure lots of people have great ideas on how to do that. Richard Branson has talked about some kind of space line, if you will, that would be a step up and a modification to what they're doing suborbital now. But again, I think this would be a tremendous thing to do. Maybe we don't want to have a government program on that. Great. How about a prize? If you look back at our history, Louis Blériot flew the English Channel to win a prize. We have Charles Lindbergh flew the Atlantic to win a prize. Bertrand built Spaceship One to win a prize. We had Maston and Armadillo Aerospace built their little lunar landers to win a prize during the Lunar Lander Challenge that NASA had a few years back. And it doesn't have to be all at once either. We can take baby steps to get where we need to go. Let's just talk about having some demonstrations or some competitions or some tests that would go from one FAA licensed spaceport to another. You could have Blue Origin figure out if they could make some mods to their New Shepard to fly from Van Horn, Texas to Spaceport America. That would be 126 miles. Or maybe Virgin Galactic could figure out if they can upgrade their Spaceship Two to fly from Spaceport America back to Mojave, 592 miles. Or maybe SpaceX can figure out if it's safe to take their Starship and go from Boca Chica to Cape Canaveral. That would be 914 miles. And if we can start doing that and have confidence that we can do it safely, reliably, and not be too expensive with a reusable system, then you can talk about going from the United States to Australia, to Japan, to Europe. And what would that take? And how many flights? It's not just the technology. We have to think about laws, regulations, policies. How do you get permission from another country to have this thing coming in really fast at them? And yes, it's okay, you're not under attack. We have to work through all this in terms of how it's going to work and how can we accelerate it such that when the technology is ready, we're ready to go. So let me wrap up here with a few conclusions. the global space economy is going to be experiencing some significant growth in the next few years. And I believe that the secret to doing that effectively and successfully is going to be collaboration between government, industry, and economic and academia. In addition to enabling the economic benefits, though, I believe that developing a network of current and proposed commercial spaceports, government owned and operated launch and landing sites, and privately owned and operated launch and landing sites would support the nation's need for assured access to space and allow for a more robust and more resilient space launch infrastructure. So I appreciate the chance to talk to you today and happy to address any questions that folks may have.
George, thank you, Dr. Neal. Really, really appreciate you coming in and sharing this. First, I want to kind of take a step back to the beginning of this conversation. You're not some wild-eyed, starry-eyed dreamer visionary. Like, you actually were in the trenches at the FAA in this department, running this Department of Commercial Space Development in the years that I would say were the hardest. So these are not just suggestions from some random wannabe space nerd like I am. This is something that, you know, these were proposals or ideas that you've been germinating for 10, 15 years. How did you get to this point? I'd like actually a little bit of your history, please.
So again, I grew up seeing the early space flights and cut articles out of the newspapers and looked at Life magazine and the Apollo moon landings, and wow, this is fantastic. I knew I loved airplanes and I loved space, and how could I get to be a part of that? And so I headed down the path going to the Air Force Academy, and then had other opportunities with the Air Force and at the Johnson Space Center, working on shuttle, teaching at the Air Force Academy, working in industry for a few years, and then ended up at the FAA, as you mentioned, at the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. Again, I loved my time at NASA with the shuttle program, but even then, I could see that NASA wasn't able to or willing to seriously talk about what space could be, right, if we let everyone in the tent. What's important for me is to recognize that no matter how generous Congress is with the NASA budget, the levels that we're talking about, $20 billion, $25 billion, that's more than we've ever had. Got it.
Right.
That doesn't come close to paying for all the kinds of things that we've been talking about this morning. So where's it going to come from? Are we going to just keep cranking up NASA's budget? I don't think so. The only way this is going to happen is if we have other people, companies who are selling goods and services, or people that believe in something and they're going to write their own checks and put their own capital at risk. And so I was able to see the beginning of that while I was at the FAA. Interestingly, the FAA is rather unique in terms of its mandate and its mission. Under statute by Congress, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation has a twofold mission. First, to ensure public safety during commercial launch and reentry activities. But second, to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space transportation. Mm-hmm. So now some people think that's in conflict. Oh my goodness, you can't have safety and promotion at the same time. Yes, you can. What we're talking about is figuring out how to say yes. Right. There's so many places, so many organizations, especially in the government, where you have to go through lots of levels, and all along the way, somebody can say no because they don't like the idea, they have a different viewpoint, they're just risk averse, but there's nobody that can say, yes, let's do this.
Right.
And that is one of the limitations that you have if you're going to rely completely on government. If you see some of the progress that SpaceX and other companies are making, they're blowing things up left and right. They're crashing things. They're failing.
Right.
And yet the rate of progress is unfathomable.
It is crazy.
What the
Yeah.
government would be allowed to do. And so I think the challenge is to figure out how to merge those two. The government can help a lot with the policies, with the appropriations, with the selecting goals for the country, for the community. But let's figure out how to do it in cooperation, in collaboration with industry and academia. And then we've got the best of both worlds.
Well, you were there in the beginning when people were literally risking their careers on this big idea of commercialism, right?
Absolutely. And again, just to emphasize that point, when Scaled Composite was going to fly somebody to the edge of space and they weren't NASA and they weren't doing things like NASA did it, and Elon Musk, when they were going to launch something and then fly the booster back at Cape Canaveral.
What was that? Yeah.
And then with NASA astronauts on board, or we're going to get close to the space station. I mean, people were appropriately concerned about how can we ensure that we do this safely.
Yep.
But it was a completely new paradigm.
Absolutely. It was a different world. We in the industry, thank you for, that level of support. I believe it was your team in collaboration with industry that kind of really crafted the language around informed consent, right? Because it was because you're not an astronaut in the technical terms, but you're not a tourist, right? So what risks are the individuals taking on, and then how do you defray that risk to the public? It was really kind of a masterstroke of policy development. So thank you for all of that. I don't think this industry would be as far along as it is without the folks, you in your office. So then fast forward, I don't know if you could see on the screen while you were talking, but I was really grinning with the idea of sending 50 teachers a year to space. I've never thought about that before. That just made me feel good. I was happy about that example, or that suggestion. So I really just I would just want to tell you, I thought that was a good idea. Point to point. Let's talk about point to point. I think you said, if I was keeping the math right, 23 spaceports, all total, government and private, and in development. I think that was the number. It was a little hard to read that, so I'm not sure of that. But how many spaceports do you think we need, right? If you really want to think about going to, in your example, the SpaceX example of Beijing in 39 minutes, how many spaceports do you need in America to really change the transportation equation?
So that's a great question. It's the wrong question.
It is. Okay. All right.
And so let me go back. How many airports do you think we need?
It was a leading question, sir.
You may not know, there are 19,636 airports in the United States.
Okay.
There are 41,788 airports in the world right now, according to Airports Council International. Why do we need so many airports? Right. Why can't everybody just fly from Dulles to LAX?
Right.
It's not about launch rate. And I've had senior government officials, including the outgoing Secretary of Commerce, ask, do we really need so many? I don't see that we need that. We already have the Kennedy Space Center and Vandenberg and Wallops. Let me point something out. What are we going to do if there's a hurricane, a tornado, a wildfire, an earthquake, a launch pad accident at one of those big three government sites? That could take us away from space access for months, if not years at a time. So we need to start now thinking about having resiliency, having backups, having options. And oh, by the way, it doesn't have to be, well, let's wait in case we need to launch something from here. Let's do this other stuff. The teachers, the testing, the research, the education, the point to point. It can all be part of a synergistic partnership.
So I understand point to point, but I want you to break it down in the most simple way for other people to really get it. What you're talking about is you're in one city, you take a rocket and then land somewhere else. Instead of operating at 400, 500, 600 miles an hour, you're talking about thousands of miles an hour to your destination. Really, that it's not any more complicated than that. It's rocketry, but at the end of the day, it's transportation. Am I overstating it?
No, that is exactly right. And again, I don't want to be too specific because I want to be performance based. I don't want to tell people how to do it and what does it look like, and is it vertical or horizontal?
Right.
I don't care.
Right.
But basically, it's taking people or goods and important things from one place to another. And if you have a system that is rocket powered, for example, it's possible to go to the other side of the world in less than an hour. And now exactly where is it? And keep it away from the city, but still have it be a place where you don't have to drive 4 hours to get to the spaceport. You have to work out all that. But let's at least start thinking about it and see what we can do. And again, I believe that can be a real game changer. And I would salute places like the Houston spaceport. And people go, Houston has a spaceport?
Right, yeah.
Well, yes, they do. At one of the 3 Houston area airports, in addition to Houston Hobby and Bush, there's Ellington Field.
Okay.
Right at Ellington, which is where the NASA astronauts fly those T-38 trainers to get their training. There is an FAA licensed spaceport. Well, there's no launches taking place from there. That's right.
There could be.
Houston is thinking long-term strategically.
Right.
And they're thinking, we want to be part of this. Apollo was great, shuttle was great, space station is great, but we want to be part of the future. So let's start now and attract companies to come in and locate here. Let's have partnerships with universities. Let's start doing things. Let's start thinking. Let's get ready so that when point to point and other things happen, Houston is the place people want to come. And other places could do that too.
Well, so I live in Seattle. We've got, I don't expect SeaTac to become a spaceport anytime soon, but Boeing's field just north in Everett is an experimental vehicle airport because of the craft that come out of that manufacturing site. So I believe that Everett could be swapped out to being a spaceport somewhat easily because it already has that experimental designation. What does it take to change something from an airport to a spaceport?
So even though the FAA is responsible for both, it is really a separate office and a separate set of regulations and so forth. And not to make it seem too easy or trivial, the key is public safety.
Okay.
And so you got to look at what kind of system are you talking about? How big is it? What could go wrong? And what are the impacts of that? And if there's a way to do that at the location you're talking about, then you can apply for a license and FAA looks at what you're talking about and they can grant that approval. And again, today there's 12 FAA licensed spaceports, including Houston and many other sites around the country that have runways and other aircraft activities going on. So that's the key. You can't envision, at least today, a Starship or a Falcon 9 or an Atlas taking off from places close to populated areas. But if you think back of what some of these suborbital systems were going to be like the Lynx and things like that, there's no reason why that can't take off from a runway and either fly out over the ocean or unpopulated area and do their launch thing and then come back in and enter the traffic pattern and land. So it depends on, again, on the size, on the hazards involved, and it's not a one size fits all.
No.
There can be different kinds of activities at different spaceports, and that's good.
And so in your imagination, we've got, kind of immediately flying. You've got Virgin going to happen really, really soon. Strata launch was looking a little sketchy for a little while, but kind of came back online. Sierra Nevada is probably pushed out to next year. But those are three horizontal takeoff systems, and then you've got Blue and SpaceX as well. That'll be vertical systems. But really, we're talking about designing a spaceport, maybe modifying current airports to become spaceports, or creating new spaceports. Like open question right there. But that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about, at the end of the day, somewhat modular transportation systems that other people can just book a ticket and go where they want to go, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right. So if we had that world, if we had a world where we had 50 teachers a year flying suborbital systems and then going back and telling their classroom what an experience it was, building out that STEM workforce. Take a look, in your crystal ball, what does 2022 look like? What does 2025 look like? Because we really want to focus on very near, what is the one thing that could happen by 2022 if you could really drive a particular program to happen? What would that be?
So for a number of years, I believe that the next big enabler to help people understand, appreciate, and support and become involved in space-related activities was the suborbital space tourism thing. Or you can use the same systems, obviously, for scientific research. It doesn't have to be all joyrides, but there's nothing wrong with that in my mind. And so again, I believe in the next 12 months, both Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin are going to start flying people that are paying for rides. And that is going to be very important. And I think it could open a lot of eyes and get people thinking about spaceports and vehicles and what can you use this for and what does the next generation look like and all those kinds of things. So that'll be a huge thing. And then not just because Elon Musk and SpaceX are special or the best or the only, but because he's doing stuff. When we start seeing frequent flights of Starship and maybe multiple serial number of starships, and yes, they go up and down. Maybe at some point they'll be allowed to go somewhere else, take off one place, land somewhere else. Then people, I think, are going to start getting it in terms of point to point. And oh yeah, it's risky or riskier, but we can do this if we just figure out how to come together and look at new technologies, new ways of doing business, and getting lots of practice by flying frequently, just like we did for aviation since the Wright brothers flew. There were a lot of crashes along the way, but now we've got a very safe mode of transportation. That's what we want to have for space.
Terrific. Absolutely. Just mind expanding. I really, really appreciate your time, sir. We're going to turn it over to Edgar here in a moment. But really, kind of off the reservation, off the program here. I've been a fan of the work that you've been doing for a really long time. And I just personally want to say thank you, because I think that you are one of the people that took a lot of arrows administratively in the beginning, just to make it possible for us to have a conversation like this. So personally, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Right. Ed, it's all you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neal. That was such a great overview. So much insight too into the the commercial infrastructure. And I was really intrigued by the DOT piece. I really hadn't linked that together yet and kind of thought about that. But I mean, it does make obvious sense that that would be one of the mechanisms, this leverage for future infrastructure. And, you know, I guess we'll see how sometimes the government can be like trying to turn a big aircraft carrier. It's a little bit slow and cumbersome, and hopefully maybe we can get a little bit of push from the civil space side and maybe some encouragement there. But again, thank you so much. We sure appreciate it. Just one second here. Next, we'll go ahead.
Sorry, Ed, I literally am reading a message from Julian right now. He says, quote, "I'm having an issue joining Zoom, have installed and reinstalled, but he's having trouble getting into the system." So we are going to punt for a minute. Fabio's going to try and do some troubleshooting with him. Just ping him. Is he here? Hold on. Live broadcast. Here we go. Okay, he's here. Yes. Okay, great. All right, thank you. Sorry for the headache there. I thought we were going to have to fill some space. We're good.
Okay. All right. Well, excellent. Thank you. It's nice to have you, Julian. So, Mr. Julian Villamasone, am I saying that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, good. He's notable for not only his science and engineering credentials, but also for his keen business and management capabilities. Mr. Masone is the Chief Sales Officer and co-founder of Moonscape, whose mission is to support the upcoming cislunar industry by providing orbital observation services. He attended the Space Studies program at International Space University. He has an MBA and a Master of Science in Global Management from the Thunderbird School of Global Management. He is training in education, electronics, engineering, and physics in Paris, Germany, and Spain. He also obtained his commercial pilot's license earlier this year. Everyone, please welcome Julian to Blue Marble Week. Thank you, Julian.
Thanks a lot, Edgar, for the intro. Sorry, everyone, for joining late. I had some issue with my Zoom. So if Michael, you could present my slides. Unfortunately, I'm on my phone. I'm unable to present them myself.
Give me a second. I'm pulling them up right now. I just saw that message.
Thank you very much. And so thanks, everyone. So my presentation is going to be about the launchers and looking at the history, looking at 2020, and then looking a little bit forward ahead. Perfect. Thank you. So if you move on to the next slide. Okay, so first of all, I'm part of Moonscape, a startup trying to establish a surface sensing constellation in low lunar orbit. And I'll tell you a bit more about this at the end of the presentation. So feel free to move on. So as I said, I'm going to talk about history and then look into launch sites, then new launch companies, and then organize the information by payload, by cost, and by country. So I should say that I did a lot of research for this presentation, and I was very interested in some of the results. So let's look into it. Let's move to the next two slides. First, history up to 2020. Okay, so looking at the launch history of since 1957, we can see that obviously during the Apollo era, there's been a lot of launches. This is when the industry started to pick up and launch a lot of rockets. Please notice that the red bars here means failure to reach orbit, and the yellow bars partial failure, the blue bar success. So there was a lot of failures in the early years, obviously, and then those failures started to diminish quite a bit, such that there was not too many per year. But if you look at 2020, you can see that the red bar is a little bit bigger. So there's been a bit more failures in 2020. So in the what I call the Falcon 9 era, the number of launches have been increasing steadily over time. And so we're going to see that in the next slides. Looking in the next one, we see that for 2020, China actually has been leading the way with 39 launches. And the US has been second with 37. Those are obviously the main two players in the industry. And third was Russia. And interestingly, New Zealand, with the Electron rocket, picked up some speed this year, equaled Europe. Not with the same launch capabilities, obviously, but still it's very noticeable. And now on the next slide. So what you can see here is for 2020, organized by country, which are the launchers with the most number of launches. So Long March in China is the rocket that launched the most times, 34 times. And you can see the detail on the right side because there's different types of rocket. Long March is actually a family of rocket, and some are much smaller than others. So in the US, it was, of course, Falcon 9, and then Soyuz for Russia. In the interest of time, I suggest we just move on quickly through the slides, and then we can take questions and answers. So as I mentioned before, there was more failures in 2020, and there were 4 failures in China, 4 in the US, and then a couple more in other countries. And the question is, what's the reason for that? And let's move on to the next slide, so we can discover the reason for those 10 failures. So I would say that the reason there was more failures than normal is that the world is innovating when it comes to rocket launches. The first one that failed is actually from Iran. This is a rocket that has been in development for probably a decade. And the first launch was actually successful, but then the 4 subsequent launches were failures, but they're trying to innovate. So China was the first launch of Long March 7 with 3 stages instead of 2 stages. So that's what I call innovating. Virgin Orbit failed on their first flights. Then another rocket in China failed during their first flight. And then Rocket 3 by Astra, a US company, also failed during the first 2 flights. So that's an interesting thing to know, that everyone is trying to innovate and to get to better systems. So moving on to the launch sites. Yep. So I'm not going to bore you with this map, but I think it's very interesting to see how many launch sites there are. You can see later by yourself in the presentation, but which I will share. But all the black dots are actually launch sites. This is for both orbital and suborbital. So I was quite astonished to see that there's so many, and the yellow ones are the ones being planned or proposed. So there will be a growing number of launch sites in the future. But let's look at 2020. Yeah, so in the US, there's been 5 launch sites, 1 for Europe, 3 for Russia, and there's been 5 for China. What's interesting in China is that there's also different families of rocket, and some rockets are used in different launch sites. But I don't think it's important to not understate the work that China is doing, and I think the US is clearly competing with China now, as opposed to, in the past, maybe with Europe and Russia. So let's move on to the new launch companies. So for me, this was also something very interesting. I mean, obviously, we all know that there's more and more launch companies, but since 1900 to 2010, there has been 50 new launch companies. And then in the 5 years following that, from 2011 to 2015, there's been 50 more companies, the same number. And then in the 5 following years, 2016 to 2020, there's been 100 more launch companies. I think this is really incredible. So if we zoom in on the last 10 years, we see that the number has been peaking in 2016 and then decreasing, because I think there's now a waning interest in becoming a launch company. I think the market is seeing that, well, there's enough supply now, and there will be an oversupply probably. Okay, so now let's look by payload, how things look. And this is an incredible view of those launch companies. Some of them may not exist for long. So here I filtered the data to only select any launch company with a payload of more than 200 kilograms to LEO, because there's a bunch more at less than 200 kilograms. And this is a logarithmic scale. So it's not very telling, but whatever is on the right side, starting from reaction engines, that's very huge payloads. The point of me putting this slide is just to show you how many launch companies there are. And I was not aware that there was so many, and so many names I did not know or recognize. Okay, so now let's look at what is proposed for the upcoming years. So I have data until 2028. So I looked at basically a period of 10 years, starting in 2018, where Falcon Heavy first flight happened. And I'm just going to make a few remarks here. What is notable is that in 2021, New Glenn and SLS and Starship and Vulcan Centaur are planned for their first launch. So that will be something very interesting in terms of heavier launchers. Then in 2022, that is when Starship refueling should happen. And that should be a very useful capability. 2023 is going to be Ariane 6 with the 4 boosters. The 2 boosters would be in 2022. And then in 2025, Block 1B for SLS. And then the next rockets with very heavy payloads are going to be in 2028. So there's sort of a spread in terms of the development of new rockets in the next 8 years. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay. So those vehicles that I just mentioned in the previous slide are distributed quite fairly across the payload range. So there's not an oversupply in a specific range of payloads, so it's quite well distributed, which I thought was interesting. Now, the next slide, I'm looking at the launchers that have a stated TLI performance, translunar injections. That's rockets that stated their performance to get to the moon. And so we can see that there's a fair number, there's 10 of them. The one that has the best performance is Starship because of its refueling capability. And the second best one is Long March, not available before 2028. And then the next best before 2028 would be SLS. Okay, let's look at the cost now. Okay, so there's a lot to say about these slides. So first of all, what we can say is that the heavier the payload capability, the higher the payload capability, usually the better the price performance in US dollars by kilogram. As we can see, the Electron rocket has the largest cost per kilogram, and then Launcher 1 by Virgin Orbit has the second highest, and that's just because their payload capability is very small, in the 200 to 500 kilogram range to low Earth orbit. Although their cost is lower than the entire industry at about 11 or 12 million dollars per launch, it's still very expensive in terms of US dollar per kilogram. I put in at the top some of the historic launch vehicles, such as the Space Shuttle, Saturn V, etc. But what's notable is probably when we look at the little excerpt in the middle, for those rocket launchers with less than 10,000 USD per kilogram, we can see that most of them come from the US. Here, except for the SpaceX launchers, we have the New Glenn from Blue Origin, which I estimate will probably reach a good price range thanks to its reusability. But we also have the Amur rocket, which is planned to replace Soyuz. I will talk more about this later. This also has reusability. And then the Long March 9, and the reason that it is within the range of 10,000 US dollar per kilogram is because its payload capability is so high. It's not a reusable rocket, but it has a large payload capability. Okay, I suggest we just move on to the next. So I just want to mention the difference between horizontal and vertical launch. So there's different ways to launch payloads into orbit, and the historic one is obviously vertical, but there's now innovation where launchers can now launch horizontally. So take off from a runway and then launch a rocket, for example, as we can see on the picture by Virgin Orbit. And I'm sure we'll discuss this in the Q&A session after the presentation. But in my opinion, this is great for smaller payloads because, again, this is between 300 and 500 kilogram capability. The cost can be reduced here for launcher one, it's 12 million apparently. But if what we're looking for is a low cost per kilogram, then I'm not sure that this can yield the result that we want. Anyways, I listed here the number of projects under development for horizontal launches, and I think it still has some potential for those smaller payloads. Now let's look at reusability. So when it comes to reusability, this graph shows the cost per kilogram for low Earth orbit and translunar injection. And it's separated in three parts: the expendable part, the partially reusable part, and the fully reusable. And if we believe the numbers and if we believe the projects will actually succeed, then I think it's pretty clear that the cost will be very low. If we look at Starship, for example, with refueling capabilities, I think we can reach costs to maybe 600 USD per kilogram in translunar injection, and that's being conservative. Elon Musk says it's going to reach $20 per kilogram. I don't know if we can reach this level, but it definitely has the best potential in terms of cost reduction. And let's not forget that once we get to this type of cost, then not only like traditional space companies or space startups would be interested in launching some payloads in Earth orbit or to the moon or to other places, but a larger number of companies will start to be interested to do a lot of activities in space. So I think it will really open a huge economy. It's just like flights in the past century. When the cost started to decrease, then everybody started to fly, and I think we'll see the same thing here, whether it's for tourists or for manufacturing or for mining. We'll definitely see the impact of reusability. I think this is the largest impact. So looking at who is pursuing reusability, we have the usual suspects in the US, SpaceX, Blue Origin. Electron is starting to do reusability as well. China is doing this on Long March 8, which flew in December, I believe. This was not a reusable rocket, but it is intended to become reusable. And then Russia has the Amur rocket and Europe has Themis. Let's look at the US now. And since the audience here is mostly, I believe, Americans, probably everybody knows about SLS and the different block versions of the rocket. This is just to mention that the payload to the moon will increase from 26 tons to 45 tons or more. And it will be developed over the course of this decade. Starship, when it comes to the moon, I have a particular interest in the moon, of course. We'll be able to have two versions or more. One is for NASA, which is pictures on the left side. It's not intended to come back to Earth, so it will have a bit more payload capability. The one on the right side will be capable of returning to Earth and will be able to carry crew. So the cost of this will be quite low, and that's what makes it so interesting. On the next slide, I'm just showing what probably all of you guys saw in December, the launch of SN8, and we're expecting SN9. I'm not sure when. And the next one for the US is New Glenn, obviously, which will also reduce costs. And I think this is a great competitor. This is more similar to Falcon Heavy in terms of payload than it is to Starship. Starship is a much larger vehicle, but it's a great step for Blue Origin, and I'm looking forward to them testing their vehicle this year. looking at China, I did not find the exact pictures that I wanted to show, but what I want to show on this slide is the sort of the historical lineup of rockets from Long March. There's also other types, not Long March, but Long March is the main one. And what I want to point out is the 2F, the third from the end, the 2F version is the crewed version, as we can tell from the launch escape system on top of it. It's been used by China to send astronauts in space. And looking at the next slide, there are 3 interesting new developments. Long March 8 is for reusability, as we mentioned, so that will help China lower its launch costs for cargo in low Earth orbit. Then we also have the Long March 9, which will be able to carry larger payloads. And then we have a new crewed rocket called Project 921. Project 921 was the initial name of the China space program, and they seem to be using it for the name of the upcoming rocket able to carry crew to the moon. So we'll see how that goes. But as you can see on the slide on the right side at the bottom, Long March 9 will be able to carry 140 tons to LEO, so it's definitely a super heavy rocket. Okay, let's look at Russia for a minute. Russia will have 2 new rockets, Yenisei, which is the crewed rocket to carry astronauts probably to the moon, and Amur rocket will be reusable. It's going to be a straight competitor to Falcon 9, and it will substitute Soyuz. Okay, looking at Europe. Europe wants to do reusable rockets, but no crewed rockets. I think Europe never had ambitions to do crewed rockets, maybe because the volume of astronauts is too low or the costs are too high. But when it comes to reusability, they have a plan now to do that with the Themis project. And that's pretty much it. So I'll just say a few words about Moonscape, and then we can move on to questions. So as I said before, Moonscape is a project of a constellation in low lunar orbit, of observation initially and later sensing. What we can do is 3D mapping, resource mapping, illumination mapping, object tracking, and also science. And so we're incorporating in Luxembourg Q1 this year, so in the next coming month. Luxembourg, I remind you, is an Artemis Accord signatory, and we're seeking funding at the moment. So in case you are interested, well, let me know. Thank you very much for your time, and let's open to questions. You're muted, I think, Michael.
I'm working on it. God, we've been doing this for almost a year, and I still can't figure out how to turn the mute button off and on. Thank you. Really appreciate that. You sent me your preliminary slides yesterday, and I was telling my coworker here, Fabio, I'm like, wow, I've learned something just reading your rough draft slides. So thank you for that. There's there was a lot there. I'm gonna kind of I'm not going to share the screens. I'm just going to kind of go back to some of the slides, and I'll describe them, and then we can kind of have a conversation about them.
Sure.
I'm just let me just get to there. So first of all, your rocket launch history slide, right, where it's showing the would it be easier if I share the screen? I'm going to go ahead and do that. I think it's probably easier. Yeah. So this this slide was really pretty interesting to me in the sense of well, one, you named an era of spaceflight the Falcon era. So tell me what you were thinking about with that, because there are some folks that will take exception to that. I actually tend to agree. So I'm curious what you were thinking when you crafted that.
Sure. But first of all, can you hear me okay? Because I had just some issue hearing you just before, but it's fine. I understood what you said. Okay, good. So yeah, I really thought of, how can I name this era? And then I thought, obviously Apollo, that's it. There's no other thing. And the shuttle era as well. But the shuttle era ended in 2011 and Falcon 9 started in 2010. And Falcon 9 is redefining access to space. It's the first ever rocket to actually manage reusability. And this is what makes space travel possible for the masses, I want to say, for a larger number, to open space for a larger economy, for a larger number of people, for a larger number of companies. And so this is sort of the third era for me of space. It's very clear.
The third era of space, I've been at this for a long time, but that's the first time I've actually kind of considered it like that. I think that might be something worth exploring. Like that's a new idea. The third era of space. We are all especially the gray-haired ones of us. We know of the Apollo era and we know of the shuttle era. I might change the name a little bit to the commercial era, but I think you might be onto something. The third era as the Falcon era. That's pretty interesting. I definitely think you'll get some pushbacks from the folks at Blue and Maston and Astrobotic, and you will get some pushback, but I think you actually have a pretty strong argument there. So good thinking on that one. I just think that's
yeah. Let's remember to conclude this point. Let's remember that they're the only one who have already flown, right? They're reusable rockets that can carry something to orbit. So that's why.
So I'm gonna say, if I'm reading your mind, that reusability is the definer for the third era.
Yeah, let's call it reusability, or like cost-effective reusability and fast reusability, as opposed to Falcon 9. I agree. It's just that Falcon 9 today is the only example, but it will change this year, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I think you could make a really strong argument about defining the new era based on that. So I kind of think you should think about that a little bit and just maybe puts that into some words. This is great. Certainly, I agree that there's a rivalry happening. I definitely believe we're in a second Cold War era with China. I'm not speaking for the rest of the folks in our community, but that's my personal opinion. And when I read your slides, I'm like, ooh, them's fighting words there, 39 versus 37. But that's the reality that we're looking at. I do think, though, that it's worth noting that this slide is really a third, and a third, right? It's a us, a them, and everybody else. But if you went back in time, even 5-10 years ago, this slide looked really different. I can't give you math on it.
I guess it was Russia and US, and then that would be more than 2/3. Probably Ariane was also, in the top, maybe the third or something, third player. So Europe as third, but that has changed, obviously.
Well, and even the launch cadence of the United States, because of the Falcon, has gone from really a second-rate player in the field to one of the leaders in the field. So it's been pretty interesting, this evolution.
Innovation is what determines everything. Yeah. I think the US and China are innovating like crazy, and let's say maybe more historic players like Russia and Europe have been a bit reluctant to invest or to, I don't know, liberalize or commercialize the industry.
Well, and that goes straight to your point about recently a lot of failures, but they're failing because they're learning something, right? This is the
Yeah.
crawl, walk, run method of building rockets. There are many organizations in here that are in the crawl, walk stage, but the successful 34, those are in the running stage, right? So the crawl and walk stage is here, and the running stage is here. That's how. Yeah.
And I think that those companies that are able to innovate and fail, to have a failure mentality, will be rewarded by success, because I think space is hard. Everybody knows that. It's very difficult to make space hardware. So you have two ways to do it. One of them is to do your models and work on the engineering until you clear all the risk. And I think this is the approach in Europe. Being European, that's definitely the mindset, I believe. Make sure that there's no risk and that there's no failure. But then you remove yourself from the opportunity to learn quickly. And, this is what SpaceX has been doing. Look at Starship. This is SN9 flying soon, like the 9th iteration of a gigantic rocket, and that's in the span of 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible.
Incredible. As a point, like on one of the slides later on, you showed SN8. SN8 flew about 3 hours after we closed down Blue Marble Week last month. And so to us, we're like, wow, we just had this really great event, and that's bookmarked by this really tremendous accomplishment. So the cadence on which they are innovating is it's boggling. I mean, it's amazing. Good for them. We had Dr. Neild in the call just prior to you, and he was showcasing some of the American, current and potential spaceports. I've got your slide up for launch sites of the world here. Can you kind of dig into this? Because I got to tell you, I was pretty amazed by this. I had never seen this graphic before. Hats off to Bryce. They really do a great job with infographics around space topics. But do you have any takeaways from this? I know it's not entirely your field, but I'm curious if you had any revelations from this one.
To be honest, some of the things that I noticed is there are so many launch sites in the US. It's incredible. I think each company has its own launch site. I don't know. I think this is great. I didn't know there was 2 more being proposed. In Florida here. Obviously, the one in Texas is SpaceX's site in Boca Chica. I also did not know that there was a spaceport in Alaska, the Pacific Spaceport Complex. This is where Astra is launching its Rocket 3 launchers. So that's something. Then one thing that's missing, I think, is in Kenya. Can you see that there's no site there? There used to be one. There's a historic site in Kenya on the east side of Africa.
Yeah.
And so that used to be there, but it's been removed. And I think this is the equator. This is the perfect spot to launch, and nobody has done that yet. If you read Artemis by Andy Weir, the author of The Martian.
Yep.
So you've read it, Artemis? Okay. So everything launches from Kenya because they signed an agreement with whoever. And I thought this was a cool idea, but not here on the graph. But in terms of some real stuff, the UK spaceports. Look at the top excerpt.
7 UK spaceports in development. I mean, that's pretty astounding to me. That was the big one for me.
But I know that the UK is really working hard on space stuff. So
yeah, they've really been pioneering small sats. They were one of the earliest adopters of the CubeSat format as far as academically came out of Stanford and Cal Poly, of course, but it got picked up by Surrey Satellite really, really early. And so they've just had this growing ecosystem of small sat developers, and they've kind of come to launch backwards by having all of these small sat capabilities. Then they then decided, hey, what are we going to do with this? Why don't we go launch something? Right. So, I mean, I find that kind of evolution pretty interesting.
Yeah. And talking about launching backwards, if you look at Israel, that's what they do literally.
Yeah. I will point out, you're saying, oh, America has all these great spaceports. I know that Michael Mealing was trying to build one in Atlanta or on the Midwest somewhere, and there's nothing whatsoever within 1,000 miles of Seattle. So there's a great big hole in that ecosystem that aggravates me every time I see a map like this.
Yeah, but it's not near the equator, and it's tough to launch north and south.
Point. I don't need it to be near the equator. I just need to get to other places. All right. I'm gonna swap and start taking some questions from the audience. I've got a hunch that Michael Mealing wants to talk about this slide. Mealing, you want to chat about the launch vehicle thing or not?
Yeah, actually.
What a surprise.
And we'll get into this later this afternoon. But I was going over to our friends over at Space Fund and their readiness metric for various different industries, but the one that they're known for is launch specifically, and the current number is up to 163. And from existing companies like SpaceX and Blue and ULA, all the way down to some that I was recently pitched on that is really just a couple of college graduates in the garage. And so it's but the vast number of them are scratching a personal itch and not responding to an actual market demand. And that, I think, is one of the real problems in our industry is we have too many engineers running companies and not enough salespeople. The thing that I was pointing out when George had that great sunburst graphic from Bryce was the launch market is a $7 billion market, but it's a tiny, tiny sliver of the actual $366 billion industry. And as SpaceX has learned with Starlink, that if you actually want to make money with rockets, you make money off the things that go in the pointy end, not the rocket itself. I am, but that said, I did cut my teeth on Mast and Space Systems, which was a launch company. But yeah, I'll get into some of the questions that I've got later on this afternoon in terms of why this is occurring and what we can sort of do about creating some sanity in the launch market. It will create itself as companies are not able to raise funds or find customers, but I'm hoping we can do that with a lot less pain than it's currently happening. You're on mute, Mike. Michael's on mute. You're on mute.
Oh, just grumble, grumble, grumble. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Oh my God. All right. Jillian, when we started talking about this, we were looking at all of the different ways you can define launch. Vertical versus horizontal, reusable versus one and done, The size of the cargo capacity is one way of looking at it. National perspective is another way of looking at it. There's so many different ways of slicing this particular pie. But in the end, there's just a lot of it, right? There's a lot of potential. There's a lot of current and there's a lot of potential, vastly more than there ever has been, right?
Yeah, I think so. And if you go to my slide, future of launch costs, the one with all the rocket launchers on the left side, you can see, and I should have mentioned this. Let's wait until you get there. I should have mentioned the legend for it, because just one down, I think, from here. Oh no, a few down, just after the big slide by cost.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, two more, and yeah. So this one here, as you can see on the top right, it says C crude R reusable as estimated cost. So now when you look at the names on the left side, you can see that some are crude, some are reusable. And if you pay attention, and I should have created one more slide to explain this, but I didn't want to have like thousands of slides, but because as you said, there's so many ways to cut this pie. Now, if you look at which rocket has C and R, so which is both reusable and crude, that's not so many. So it seems to me like, China wants to have a reusable rocket and to have a crude rocket and a very large payload rocket, but not the three at the same time. Europe wants to have, relatively high payload rocket at a lower cost, maybe to have it a little bit reusable, but that's like two separate rockets. And then Russia wants to have a big crude rocket for the moon, a cargo reusable, but nobody's trying to merge them so much. Only thing that comes to my mind is SpaceX Blue Origin. Yeah. Blue Origin, really, like New Glenn is going to be a cargo, as far as I understand. I don't know if it's going to be crude. I don't think so. I think it's just reusable cargo, so low cost with a relatively high payload. And then New Armstrong will be, carrying cargo, if not crew, to the moon, and I suspect is going to be somewhat reusable. So that will be, one that bundles everything. But the real only one today is Starship. Starship reusable fully. It's the only one fully reusable. It's going to carry crew, and it has a huge payload. It has the three elements to make it extremely successful, I think. I don't see anyone else trying to bundle all this stuff.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And they want it to be 2 million per launch, which I doubt.
It's the cheapest thing out there, right? So Mealing and I were kind of chatting after the event last time, and we've been talking about kind of the Starship singularity. That what do you do with all that capacity? Like, let's put in perspective here. When I started, there were only about 400 satellites at all in space. Some of them were already dead. Like, there were only 400 assets in space. We're very, very near to 4,000 now, and we're going to go way higher than that faster. And the assumed price to orbit, any orbit, was $20,000 to $25,000 per pound. So, to show this graph and say, there is an argument. I suspect their financing isn't going to support this, but there's an argument that Starship might be a $400 per pound to orbit. I mean, that's the reason that we were doing the space elevator in the first place 20 years ago, because the price per pound, and we were arguing $500 was our target. And now SpaceX comes along and they're like outdoing the best estimate we came up with on the Earth elevator. Like, that is astounding to me. So that was really great. Several people have asked, for these slides. So if you're cool with it, we're going to share them.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate, I know this was a struggle to pull all of this data from all of these sources. Thank you for doing that. It's not an easy task, so I appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
When we look at launch, do you have, what would you say 2022 and 2025 look like? Is there like one thing, a highlight that really sticks out in your mind? Like, this is the thing to pay attention to. What's the thing that you're watching for this year and next year? Like, is there one thing that's really driving it?
So I couldn't hear everything you said. I think you're asking what am I interested in the next 2 years when it comes to rocket launches?
Yeah.
So, I've been working as a commercial guy, so looking at the money side of things for performance rather than the performance itself or anything else. This is what makes a business fly. This is what makes your customers select you and not the competitor. It's the cost per performance, not just the cost, not just the performance. And so for me, that is the key to everything.
Cool.
And so Starship is what I'm mostly interested in.
Okay.
Because I think this can be the key. And then other players trying to innovate and find new ways to accommodate, a part of the market. I think it's very interesting. So I'll be looking forward to that. And then I think we'll discuss this later today. What can we do with such a high capacity? I think is hopefully this will drive a lot of innovation and creation of startups to figure out what to do with this capacity, what we can build on the moon or in space. That's going to be also super interesting. I think the market will start to understand that Starship means a different mindset about space and will develop accordingly.
Cool. Thank you very much, Julian. We're going to switch it over.
I'm taking it.
You take it. All right. Thanks, Kitty.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Julian.
Thanks, Julian. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure today to introduce our next speaker. We have a keynote coming up. It's Tina Highfill. Tina Highfill is a senior research economist at Bureau of Economic Analysis, part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Tina has been at BEA for over 15 years, where she leads research for high-profile and multifaceted economic analyses, including several that originated from the U.S. Congress. Tina's work at BEA includes the recently launched Space Economy Satellite Account, which is a collaborative effort to measure the relative importance of the space sector to the U.S. economy. These new statistics give business leaders and policymakers a new tool to analyze the space economy and inform investment decisions. Tina has authored numerous research articles in peer-reviewed publications and is recognized as a subject matter expert in economic measurement. Dr. Highfill has a bachelor's from Virginia Tech, a master's from the Johns Hopkins University, and a PhD in Virginia from Virginia Commonwealth University. Today, she's here to talk to us about the U.S. space economy. Please join me in welcoming Tina. I looked at somebody. I looked at, it's Tina. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Katie. Yeah, my name is Tina Highfill. I'm a research economist here at BEA. Let me just go ahead and start sharing my screen. All right, I have some slides. Hopefully you all can see this. Okay, great. So I'm a research economist at the BEA. We're part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. I'll be talking today about new economic statistics we just released in December that quantifies for the first time the U.S. space economy from 2012 to 2018. This is joint work with my co-authors Annabelle Jouard and Connor Franks. And I'm just really excited to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting me. Before I get started, I wanted to give a little background on BEA and the work we do, just in case you're not familiar. So at BEA, we produce many of the official macroeconomic statistics for the United States, most notably gross domestic product or GDP. GDP is a measure of market activity. It measures the value of goods and services produced in the United States minus the goods and services used up in production. And I wanted to show this slide in particular, this chart from a recent press release. It shows the contribution to the change in GDP for year to year by the industry that's contributing to the growth. So we can see in gray, we have our goods producing industries, mining, ag, construction, and manufacturing. And then we have in color our service producing industries, healthcare, professional services, information, retail, trade. These industries are how we typically produce our statistics at BEA. These industries are classified under the North American Industrial Classification System, or NAICS codes. And this is typically how when we talk about the economy, this is typically how we talk about it at BEA. And the statistics we produce at BEA are part of a internationally agreed upon standard called the System of National Accounts. This is part of the United Nations. And the idea here is to have a standardized framework so that the US can compare our economy to the other economies around the world. So I mentioned GDP is one of our main headline statistics, but we produce hundreds of other statistics such as gross output, employment, compensation, trade information, and we refer to those as our core set of accounts. In addition to these core accounts, we have what are called satellite accounts. And satellite accounts are just complementary sets of statistics. And the idea with these satellite accounts is to allow us to drill down on parts of the economy that aren't obvious using our standard NAICS codes, using our standard industrial classification codes that I showed you in the last slide. So when you think about space, space activities can be seen throughout almost every industry in the economy, which we'll talk about later. So the idea here is for BEA to produce an estimate of the size of the space economy using a standard framework and standard methodology that's similar to the way that we measure the overall US economy. We have many satellite accounts at BEA, including the space economy, digital economy, outdoor recreation, oceans economy. So in terms of methodology, it's a similar methodology for all of our satellite accounts, but I'll just speak about the space economy satellite account right now. The first step is to identify all of the goods and services that are in scope to the space economy. And the way we do that is we look at our supply use tables. At BEA, there's actually 3 different ways to measure the economy. And one way is to measure the production of all the goods and services produced in the United States, produced and consumed in the United States. And we do that with our supply use tables. So there's about 5,000 different categories of goods and services that are produced and consumed in the United States. So step 1 is to go through that list and to identify the goods and services that are specific to space. Once we have those commodities or goods and services identified, what we do is sometimes the commodities commingle space and non-space activity. So for example, we have a commodity, a service that's aerospace R&D. And aerospace R&D can include things, space activity, but also non-space activities such as terrestrial aviation R&D. So what we do is we look at our supply use table value, and then we use an external data set to isolate the space activity. So that's the second step in this process. Once we have the commodities identified and we've isolated space activity, we can use our supply use tables, which show us which industries produce which commodities and who consumes it and the time period that they're produced. We can use those relationships in our supply use tables to come up with our estimates of the space economy. So I'll go through a little bit more methodology, but I wanted to note now that the estimates that we have are estimates of gross domestic product for the US space economy, gross output, which is similar to revenue, private employment, and private compensation. So those are the 4 sets of statistics that we typically produce for satellite accounts. step one, identifying space-related goods and services. That's typically, ideally, we'd like an existing definition to draw upon. At BEA, we're experts in economics, but not space. I think I'm getting close to being an expert in space economics, but so what we did when we were looking for the definition of space economy, there are many existing definitions, but the one that's most salient and the one that when we did our outreach to stakeholders is that the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, they're out of Paris. They've been doing research on the space economy for many years, and they have this definition here that it's the full range of activities and uses of resources that provide value and benefits in the course of exploring and understanding and utilizing space. So this is the foundation for how we started thinking about what is the space economy, how do we define this? But when we were using this definition, what we found is that it was still a little bit too broad for our purposes. And so what we did is we gave a little bit more, we provided some boundaries to this definition. So we started with the OECD definition as our foundation, and then we came up with 3 criteria that describe the goods and services that we ended up putting into the space economy account. So the 3 criteria are: first, a good and service that's used in space or that directly supports the goods and services in space. So that would be like space vehicles, satellites, and then the ground support, the support services that directly support these space-based commodities. Number 2 is goods and services that require direct input from space to function. And this really gets to the question that we get a lot about, what about Uber? What about ATMs? There's this question about space enabled and downstream types of things. And so when we think about measuring the economy, we have a $20 trillion economy. And what we're trying to do is say, of that 20 trillion, what is specific to space? And so when we're thinking about Uber or ATMs, they have a GPS receiver, GPS transmitter. Sometimes they use satellite services for, location services. So we're measuring the direct space activity. So we're not including, the entire cell phone. We're just including the GPS unit within that cell phone. And the third criteria is goods and services associated with studying space. So this gets us R&D, but it also gets us things like educational services. So that's, college tuition paid for to learn about astrophysics or astronomy, and also things like observatories or planetariums. So these are the 3 criteria that we came up with based off of the OECD, but also a number of other sources. So we reached out to a lot of stakeholders, including NASA, NOAA, groups within the United States, private sector folks, SIA, that's the Satellite Industry Association, and Bryce, which we've heard about a number of times. They put out the State of the Satellite Industry report for the SIA. We've worked with Space Foundation and international groups as well. The Canadians, Australians, Luxembourg, Brazil. A lot of people had input into this account. We were really grateful to have that input. So using that input, we came up with these lists of here on the right. So in orange, we have the main industries that are part of the space economy. And then the list in gray are the goods and services within those industries. I won't go over all of these in too much detail, but I will say we have a report that I'll talk about and we can link to later that talks about all of these things in detail if you're interested. But one of the main industries in the space economy is information. And within information is telecommunications. So that's like, satellite telecommunications, reselling satellite transmissions, broadcasting, that's like satellite radio, satellite TV, and then software. That's remote sensing software typically. And then we have manufacturing, retail trade, and wholesale trade. These are lumped together because they're kind of all part of the same process of manufacturing a good and then selling it. So if you think about, if you want to buy like a handheld GPS unit, you'll probably buy that from a store like Best Buy or Amazon. That's part of the retail trade industry. Typically, retail trade companies purchase their goods from a wholesaler. You know, the wholesale trade industry, the whole idea behind that industry is they're moving goods. They move it from a manufacturer to either a retailer or to another business. So when that's kind of why we lump manufacturing, retail trade, and wholesale trade together. And wholesale trade actually ends up being a big part of the space economy. And that's because there's so many GPS units, PNT equipment is part of a lot of different, goods nowadays. And a lot of that is, when you're thinking about market activity, a lot of that equipment is sold through wholesale traders. So we'll see in a few slides how big of an impact wholesale trade has on the space economy. And government we consider that an industry. And so this includes military, and our statistics only go through 2018 at this point, so we don't have Space Force included, but of course, Space Force, there's a lot of space activity within the military before Space Force. So, within Air Force, Navy, Army, and civilian government. So not just NASA, NOAA, Missile Defense Agency, and then the federally funded research and development centers, these FFRDCs like Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aerospace FFRDCs. There's National Science Foundation observatories. There's a lot of government activity related to space. Professional and business services. This is includes a lot of space activity. So there's R&D, there's aerospace engineering, there's computer systems design. That's what's interesting is that remote sensing actually shows up in both information software and then also professional services with computer systems design. And then geophysical surveying and mapping. So this is satellite imagery, digitization, things like that. Construction. This is something you don't always see when you're thinking about the space economy or when you're reading about it, but obviously it's important. Space facilities, spaceports are included here, observatories, planetariums. And then finally, we have a group that we just call other various services. Launch services, obviously insurance, that's an important part of launch. Education, observatories, planetariums, there's a lot of those are managed by state and local, by academia, but also they're private observatories and planetariums as well. So this is kind of the overview of what's included in the space economy statistics. This chart here is just it's the chart I just went over, but on the right-hand side, I have the primary data sources that we use to come up with the estimate of space activity. So as I mentioned, we have a lot of good information within our supply use tables already, but we also supplement when we need to isolate space activity. There's over a dozen data sources that we use. A lot of them are other government from other government agencies, such as the Bureau of Labor Statistics or FCC, SEC as well. We rely a lot on the economic census, the National Science Foundation, MITRE. If you're familiar with MITRE, they do a lot of work in space. So we, again, in the report, if you're interested, we go into a little bit more detail about the specific types of data sources that are used. So I wanted to give a couple of examples so you can kind of understand how we went about doing this. So as I mentioned, the first step is to identify the commodity, the space-related commodity within our supply use tables. So we have this commodity called broadcast and wireless communications equipment. So satellites are included in this commodity, but so are radios and cell phones and a number of other things. So we had to find, isolate just the satellites within this commodity. So what we did, the second step to isolate space activity, is we looked to the economic census. The economic census provides an extraordinary amount of detail on the goods and services that businesses produce. The economic census is almost the entire universe of businesses in the United States. They're required by law to fill out this information. So we have a lot of good information here. This is a table, a publicly available table that shows within broadcast and wireless communications, there's radio station equipment, and that's satellites. I had to learn a lot about the names of space goods and services. I thought radio station equipment was just radios, but it's actually satellites. And so we have the value of shipments for this radio station equipment, but also we have detail on the satellites that go into space and also the satellites that stay on the ground. On mobile-based systems, airborne, marine. So the economic census is just a treasure trove of information, and we relied on that a lot for specifically our manufacturing estimates. This second example is engineering services. So we know within the engineering services that there's aerospace engineering. And so, again, we had to find an external data source to help us isolate that information. So we, in this case, looked to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Occupational Employment Survey. This is a survey that shows for every industry in the United States, what are the occupations within that industry? This is a screenshot from the BLS website. It shows some of the space-related occupations within engineering services. So you can see on the bottom left, there's aerospace engineers, aerospace technicians, space scientists. So we were able to use the information on from the BLS on what percent of engineers are aerospace engineers. It happens to be around 1%. And then we have information on their wages, because this is wages is actually a closer has a closer relationship to output than employment. So we're able to see that the hourly wage of aerospace engineers is actually higher than just the average engineer. So we're able to use this combination of the employment and wage differential to come up with our estimate of space activity within engineering services. So these are just two examples of the way that we go about isolating space activity. We ended up with over 200 different categories of goods and services, and sometimes the commodities are just space related. So we have within our supply use tables, we know the value of space vehicles. We just know that already. So we didn't have to do this for every commodity, but for most of them, we actually did. So this is kind of just an example of the process. So I'll start talking about the results now. In 2018, as I mentioned, we have 4 statistics that we produce: gross output, value added, employment compensation. And again, gross output is very similar to a revenue measure. It's the value of goods and services, the market value of goods and services produced by an industry. What we saw in 2018 is that the space economy contributed $178 billion to the overall US economy, which is about half of a percentage point. And that may not sound like a lot, but it actually is. I mean, when you think about agriculture or different industries, so agriculture is less than 1% of the United States, gross output. So it's not, this isn't a measure of importance per se. This is just, we're measuring the market activity within the economy. So I just wanted to be clear, this isn't a small number, even if it's like 0.5% doesn't really necessarily sound like a lot. Value added is the same thing as GDP, and the difference between gross output and value added is just the intermediate inputs used up in production. And value added, it's 109 billion. So again, about 0.5% of the overall US. Private employment, 356,000 jobs are supported by the US space economy. And that translates to $41 billion of compensation in 2018. I mentioned that we measured a 7-year time series, 2012 to 2018. These are the growth rates on average over that span. Gross output grew about 1.5% over the period on average, value added a little faster. Employment and compensation didn't grow fast at all, less than 1%. And I have here, for comparison purposes, the US growth rates. So we can see over that same period, gross output grew 3.9%, more than double the space economy. And we'll talk a little bit about what's going on with growth rates here in a second, so we can see what's driving this. But first, I wanted to show the industrial makeup of the space economy. So this shows for the entire time series, 2012 to 2018, what industries contribute to gross output. And I'll note before I start talking that when we talk about the economy at BEA, we're typically talking about GDP or value added, but we know our space economy users typically aren't economists, and they're typically used to seeing revenue figures. So that's why we've kind of drilled down just on gross output. Gross output is somewhat similar to a revenue a figure, and so it's a little bit more comparable if you're thinking about how do you compare this to like the Bryce reports or something like that. But if you're interested, we do have value added information at this level as well. So what we see is that information is the biggest industry in the space economy. That's true for all years. Information includes, like I mentioned, telecommunications, broadcasting, and software. Those are the main 3 items within information. The second largest industry is manufacturing. And if you notice, we see in 2012, the manufacturing space output is $53 billion, and it actually goes down to $48 billion by 2018. So this is a good time to bring up the fact that these are not adjusted for inflation. And what that means is if we're seeing both the impact of prices and quantities within output. So typically when we think about inflation, we're typically thinking prices are going up over time. But what we think is happening here, we talked to stakeholders, and I wasn't expecting manufacturing to actually decline. But what we think is happening is that we think prices are actually declining. We've heard a lot about productivity gains in launch, productivity gains in manufacturing, 3D manufacturing that actually lowers the price of, and so even if output or if quantities produced stayed the same but prices decline, that would actually result in a decline over time. So that's what we think is going on here. We'll talk in a minute about next steps for the project. We do want to put out inflation adjusted statistics so that we can really see what's going on and what's driving this decline in manufacturing, because we're pretty sure based on what we've heard with experts that it's not that production is declining, it's that prices are declining. So just in case you're wondering, why that decline was there. Wholesale trade, I mentioned this really surprised me. I wasn't thinking about wholesale trade as a major player in the space economy, but again, we include all GPS units, the production of all GPS units, and we include the value, the whole value of the supply chain. So what we think this is with the wholesale trade number is the GPS units are in so many different products nowadays. So this is where we pick that up within wholesale trade distribution. Government industry. So this isn't government spending, just to be clear. This is the output by government employees. So this would be like the NASA, the missile defense, things like that. That's our 4th largest industry, followed by professional business services, and then all other. So now I'll talk about the changes in levels in gross output over time. So on the far left, we see in 2013, what this is saying is the total space economy grew by $7 billion between 2012 and 2013. The 3 largest contributors were manufacturing, wholesale trade, and information. As you move along, if you just focus in on the manufacturing, the light blue, you can see manufacturing, besides that first year, actually declines over time. And again, we think this is actually declines in prices, not quantities produced. If you look at wholesale trade, it's growing the entire period. It's one of the fastest growers in the space economy. And then information in gray. So what's interesting here is that information was one of the largest contributors up until 2016, and then it began declining. And in 2018 was a major negative contributor to the space economy. And so this is reflecting the satellite television revenue, and which is declining. I mean, that's public knowledge. The revenue's declining because subscribers are declining. Talking to space people, what's going on here is, in the past, people who signed up for satellite television, they often did that because they had no other option for getting, television services. But now, it's in 2016, moving forward, there's options to stream television or to use the internet, basically substitute these satellite television for these streaming services. So we see this decline in information, and that's really what is dragging down the space economy overall, because it's such a big piece. Okay. So this is a screenshot of the tables that we produce. So this is our gross output table. We have an Excel spreadsheet, so if you want to take a look. But I wanted to kind of walk people through this in case you're interested. So I won't go through everything, but let's just start at the top. So line 1 this is the total space economy. This is our total gross output number. Line 2, this is the agriculture, mining, and utilities industries. This is a small number, and what this reflects is almost exclusively remote sensing services. So that means, the mining or ag industry produce their own remote sensing services, or R&D. So we see remote sensing and R&D shows up in almost every industry, which I thought was really interesting. Number 3, construction. This is a bit volatile. That reflects the fact that spaceports and observatories, planetariums, these can be like major projects one year, but not the next. So you do see some volatility there. Line 5 is computer and electronic products manufacturing. This is one of our biggest groups, biggest industries. So this includes satellites, but also PNT equipment. And one thing when we were analyzing our results that we found is that about 10% of the entire U.S. computer and electronic products industry is attributable to space products. So I thought that was really interesting. Line 6, other transportation equipment. This includes space vehicles, but this also includes space weapons, weapon systems like intercontinental ballistic missiles, missiles that go into space. Let's see, if you go down to line 11, this is wired telecommunications carriers, and this is actually where satellite television revenue shows up. And this is one of the reasons why these satellite accounts, these sets of statistics are important, because if if just a layperson wanted to get an idea of the size of the space economy using our standard industrial classifications, I don't think they would think, satellite television revenue would be in wired telecommunications industry. So one of the main challenges with this account was just identifying where these goods and services are within our industrial classification system. It's just not well suited at this point to measure space. So that's one of the advantages of having these statistics from BEA. If you go down to the very bottom, the addenda, line 22, this is the space economy excluding satellite TV, satellite radio, and educational services. So part of the a big part of the research for this account was trying to understand where we should put the boundaries on the space economy. And there was a large contingent of stakeholders, data users who don't really consider satellite TV, satellite radio, college courses to be part of the space economy. I guess they think it's maybe too downstream, or if you think about, satellite TV employment, a lot of those people are probably answering, call center employment. And so what we did is we wanted this to be usable for all of our, stakeholders and data users. So we have this addenda here that removes those 3 items. And I think it's interesting because you can see once that's removed, you actually see that the space economy is mostly increasing over time. And that's mostly because we're removing satellite TV, which has really been a drag on the space economy the past few years. So these 2 tables show the employment and compensation. It's less, it's more aggregated because we have a lot of small numbers. So we don't typically produce or publish small numbers at BEA. So we mainly just highlight the main industries: manufacturing, wholesale trade, information. And what we see here is over the period about 350 to 360,000 private jobs are attributable to the space economy, mostly in manufacturing and information. The table 4 below is the compensation related to that employment. And one thing I wanted to point out here is that if you look at the employment numbers for manufacturing and information, so that top table, lines 2 and lines 4, the numbers are pretty similar, around 115, 120,000 employees. But when you look at the compensation below, line 2 and line 4, the compensation for manufacturing is much higher. What that's saying is that the average compensation for space-related manufacturing jobs is much higher than the average wages for folks who are working within the information industry. So this is just a brief review of all of the data that we have, and some takeaways are manufacturing and information dominate the U.S. space economy. But wholesale trade is a large and growing contributor. It was one of, as I showed, it's grown every single year and has one of the fastest growth rates of all industries. Average compensation, not just within manufacturing, but average compensation for the entire space economy is much higher than the overall U.S. economy. So the average compensation within the space economy for all private employees is about $115,000. And that compares to, when you look at the overall U.S. economy, it's only about 68,000. So much, basically good high wage jobs within the space economy, which I don't think really surprised anybody. And the last takeaway, I just want to just say one more time that these data are not adjusted for inflation. So when you're looking at growth rates, you're seeing changes in both prices and quantity. And we think, as I mentioned a couple times, that this is really relevant for our manufacturing estimates. I don't think many people, I certainly wasn't expecting output to go down, but it made sense when we were talking to the experts, the folks at OECD, the folks at Bryce. They've been talking about productivity within the space industry for a number of years. And that, that really dovetails with what we're seeing in our statistics. So speaking of Bryce, in Space Foundation, of course, there are existing estimates of the space economy, but they're kind of a different beast. When we're talking about measuring the economy at BEA, we have a standard set of rules, a standard framework that we use. Again, we start with the whole US economy and then we whittle it down to just the space related goods and services. Whereas the other, if you think about Space Foundation, SIA, they're starting from the bottom and kind of building up. And they're also, they don't necessarily use the same accounting methods that we use. So I just wanted to mention that because I think these are high quality reports. our statistics, I think, can complement those existing reports. They're not intended to replace them. And generally speaking, when we look at, like the Space Foundation, they have a wider scope of what they consider. So they consider like space-enabled goods and services as part of the space economy. And we don't do, that's not how we measure the U.S. economy. If we thought about what enables parts of the U.S. economy, then we'd have to consider electricity, roads, and all of these things that enable market, goods and services. And that's just not how we do it at BEA. But that's not to say that that's not the right way to do it. It's just a different way to think about it. So I just wanted to underscore that these are just complementary sets of statistics. Our employment values are actually larger than the existing estimates. So SIA and Space Foundation, they both put out estimates of the space employment. And even within their documentation, they note that it's probably an underestimate because they don't have the type of data we do in-house. And so they were kind of working with imperfect data. I think the SIA Space Foundation estimates were around 100,000, and just to repeat, ours is about 356,000 private employees in 2018. So these are just some of the deliverables that we produced in December as part of our publication of these estimates. We have infographics and social media. If you're that type of, you like to tweet or something, you can feel free to download and share. LinkedIn, I think that's how I found Michael. And we also, on the right-hand side, we have this report. It's not a long report. It's only about 10 pages. It explains everything I just basically went over in a bit more detail. We also note that these are preliminary statistics. We want users to give us feedback. We have the opportunity to update next year. So if you have, if you read the report and you have feedback, please reach out to us. We have our websites down below, and we'd be interested to hear what you have to say. So this is my last slide. In terms of next steps and future research, we're working with a number of groups, NASA, NOAA, some folks who are interested in these statistics and understanding how we built it, and also international groups. Luxembourg, they were just mentioned in the last talk, Brazil, the Canadians, the Australians. A lot of these folks are interested in how we went about doing this. So we'll be working with them to see if they can stand up their own space satellite account. And as I mentioned, we do anticipate putting out a new report, an updated report at the end of this calendar year. So we will update, will at the very least update with an additional year. So we'll have 2012 to 2019. We also want to put out our inflation adjusted statistics. That would really, I think, help explain what's going on in manufacturing. And again, inflation adjusted statistics basically just holds the price constant. And so when you look at growth rates, what you're seeing is the growth of quantities. And so that will allow us to see, in manufacturing, is it really the price decline? Is that what's going on? Which is what the experts have told us they think is happening. We have the opportunity to add additional commodities such as solar power. That's one that came up. When you're thinking about the space economy and the definition of space economy of using all of the resources from space, there was an argument that we should be including solar power. So that's something that, depending on what we hear from our users, that's something we could potentially add. And we'd also be interested to add government employee compensation. That wasn't something we could get to in this short period of time, but in order to get like a holistic estimate of the space economy employment compensation, of course, we'd want government employees to be in there as well. I should mention that, we want to put out, we will put out a new report this year, but this is not a funded satellite account. it's a research project. And what that means is if we don't get funding, then we won't continue this project. It's still early days. We don't know if we're going to get funding for this. We are committed to at least putting out another report at the end of this year, but it is TBD on whether or not we'll continue to do this into the future. I really appreciate your time and thank you for inviting me, and I'm happy to take questions.
Dr. Heifel, thank you very much for that. When we talked on the phone, I was somewhat fascinated by these numbers. This is now the third time I've had a chance to kind of take a look at them. Not being an economist, I'm still somewhat baffled by some of the stuff, but I appreciate your time to educate me. We got together and met on LinkedIn because Rob Adams was telling me about your report a couple months ago. So it was while it was in development. So really glad to see this thing, that it exists. I think it's really, this is me speaking, not for the organization, but I think that this kind of document is really important. It's kind of long overdue. I told you that the first time I talked to you. When you say it is an as yet unfunded, continuing program, what does it take to have a program like this funded long term? Because I think it's good for the industry. So I'd like to, do you have a guess on what that might look like?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. There's typically two ways that these things get funded. It's either through Congress. So Congress will say, will basically instruct us to do this moving forward. And that's how our outdoor recreation satellite account is funded. Or we have a specific budget line item introduced. And that's if there's basically, there would have to be a lot of interest from stakeholders. They would have to kind of lobby. So they're both kind of through Congress, but one way is for Congress to do it themselves, another is for like organizations to lobby and basically say, this is important, we want this to continue. So that's typically the two ways of doing that.
When you were off the phone yesterday, I was still talking to Dr. Adams for a few minutes longer. And I said point blank to him, if NASA comes out with a report that says the space economy is this big, everybody in the world thinks there's an implied bias there because NASA wants it to be, right? True or not, there's an assumed bias there. Whereas if it's an organization like yours, I asked you my first conversation with you, if you're a space nerd, you said you're not. Becoming one, but objective numbers coming from your organization are powerful, and it's pretty hard to argue that you have a bias to make the number larger or smaller. So I do think that there's value in your organization continuing. I know it's not within your power or your control, but certainly we, from our side, we want this to happen. So fingers crossed on that.
Yeah, thank you.
On your, we've got a bunch of questions in here. We only have about 13 minutes, so I'm going to try and get some stuff in fast. On your numbers about kind of going forward, certainly the governmental employee is I think needs to be factored in there. And you could break out the space solar power component out, because this, lots of people have stuff on their roof, but that's not really space qualified, right? So that solar power component for space is actually a pretty small piece, probably easily quantified. I don't think it's going to move the needle all that much myself. I think that's a pretty low number. Let's talk about GDP, and let's talk about 178 billion out of a $20 trillion GDP. In my world, 178 is a lot of money. In your world, it's not, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we deal with trillions. That's not to say it's not important, but yeah, it is relatively small. Yeah.
But in terms of, there are other things that get higher priority from mandates that are higher priority, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Can you give me, and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, you mentioned a different account in the sports equipment account. Are you able to tell us, like, give us a comparative, like sports equipment versus space?
Yeah. So it's outdoor recreation. I think that's the one you're referring to, outdoor, which includes sports, outdoor sports equipment. What we found is that was about 2% of the overall space of the overall U.S. economy. So I think that translates to about 700 billion. But I will note that a lot of that is travel and tourism related. So if you go on a fishing trip, we included the value of the hotel and the food, and that's because we rely on past research when we develop these accounts. We look at what's been done, what is the precedent, and so with the outdoor recreation, a lot of that 2% is actually like food and not necessarily equipment. So I just wanted to put that in perspective.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I would never have guessed that outdoor recreation was larger than the space industry by almost 4 times, right? But that's really what we're hearing. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. All right. That really surprises me. I'm going to register some skepticism because I guess I want our industry to be larger. But again, that goes back to why y'all should do this, because impartial position. Here's the data. I don't care whether you like it or not, right? Like, that's good for us. So good. So let's go. You educated me about this a little bit more. I want to go deeper into it. Why isn't Uber in your calculations, right? It depends entirely. Every nickel of revenue it gets is dependent on GPS, but it's not in your system.
That's right. Yeah, we had to make decisions, and put
Right.
boundaries around this.
Right.
And you could also say that Uber, they also need roads. They couldn't exist without roads. They couldn't exist without, probably gasoline for the most part. So what we're doing with this account is we're looking just at direct space activity is kind of how we think about it. And so that's why we're including, the GPS unit within, your cell phone when you call up the Uber or Lyft. And so I think that's important because our statistics can be used as a foundation. If you add on too much, it can be not really usable for certain folks. And so I think you can look up the revenue of Uber and just plop it on if you want, if that's something that's important to you. It's a lot harder to remove things than to add them on. So that's kind of, that's kind of the thinking there.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's really interesting. It clarifies that. I've got Paul Jurison. Do you want to ask a question that you asked in the chat, please?
Yeah.
And just give a 10-second introduction so she knows why she's talking to you.
I don't know why she's talking to me, but
Paul is the innovations director at Innovation Hub's director at Cal Poly.
Yeah. So Tina, thanks for your presentation. It was great. In fact, every time I came up with a question, it was like 10 seconds later you answered it for me. So, so one of the questions I did think about was whether there is a clear set of job categories that relate to the space industry, and I think you said the Bureau of Labor Statistics has something like that. And I think it's probably pretty easy to identify things like engineering and manufacturing around the space industry. But then when you start thinking about jobs like space law and economics and finance and things like that, it's not so clear sometimes. And I'm wondering how you take that into account.
Great. Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Within the way we think about it is we start with the goods and services that are produced. So we look at, like satellite television, educational services, and within our supply use tables, we know the employment related to the production of those goods and services. So it's we're basically saying these are the employees that helped produce those goods and services. So it's not necessarily the BLS occupational information would probably give you a more precise answer. When you're just looking at our statistics, we're just saying here's the employment related to these goods and services. So it's going to include the obvious things, aerospace engineers, but it's also going to include the factory workers who, in the wholesale distribution who sell GPS units and things like that. So it's really, I think, a lot more diverse than if you were just to look up space related employment. And that's why our numbers are so much higher than the Satellite Industry Association, Space Foundation, because we're really looking at the entire supply chain that is involved in producing those goods and services. So I hope that answers that question. Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Tina, I want to ask a question about what's counted versus what isn't counted. And we only have about 5 minutes. So if I'm Planet Labs and I'm taking a picture of the world every 24 hours, pretty big mission, doing good work. They're selling data to farmers and they're selling data to DoD. It's the same data sometimes. Is that counted as revenue? Is that counted twice because it's 2 different customers, 2 different sales?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that we don't have company level data. We just have the goods.
I'm just trying to. I'm using Planet as an example for an industry that's doing a similar work.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So folks who companies that sell satellite imagery, we're going to include all of their revenue. So I mean, I guess the same picture could be, counted multiple times to the extent that it's sold to different people. So all satellite imagery is included in these statistics, the revenue from satellite imagery, I should say.
All right, and then Michael, I'll get you in just a moment. Just let me finish this. So the data, now the folks on the ground in San Francisco, they're getting paid. That's counted, right?
Should be, yeah.
Okay, good. The folks that are manufacturing, I think they outsource one of their small engines to a different place. Is that getting counted? The place that's providing that engine, is that getting counted, or is it the product that launches that gets counted?
So are you talking about the launch into space, the
No,
engine that's...
I'm asking about the component level of one of their satellites.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. Yeah. So when we think about the revenue of a satellite, that includes the entire supply chain. So that includes the engine and all of the equipment that's a part of that satellite. That's going to all be in there.
Okay, so that's only counted once, even though, and then the last piece is the launch component. That's a different. It's still money moving through the system, but it's not counted twice.
Right. Yeah. That's our whole thing at BEA is not double counting. So launch is actually pretty interesting. This took us a while to figure out. Launch actually shows up in 2 places. It shows up in air transportation, but it also shows up within manufacturing. And that goes to how the data are collected. So there, if you think about ULA and SpaceX and the people who put satellites into space, they will think of themselves as a space vehicle manufacturer, and launch is just a part of their product. So it actually, using our statistics, if you wanted to pull out launch, you'd have to look in both the manufacturing and in air transportation. So that's something that's just kind of a relic of the way that our industries are classified.
Okay, cool. Michael Mealing, you got 1 minute. Ask away.
Sure. I want to kind of get to the growth rate numbers in the report, and I think one of the things that we often struggle with in the venture capital world with this sector is even with the Bryce numbers or some of even the numbers that come out of Morgan Stanley, the actual CAGR for those numbers given the time periods is fairly mediocre in terms of comparison to other investments out there. Not asking you to forecast, but the growth rate that is in your report for the time period, I think is 2.1%, even though the economy was much higher. Actually, gross output was 1.5 and the economy was 3.9 over the period. That can suggest all sorts of things. Taking off your BEA hat and just maybe, which I know you probably can't do, is there anything that you saw in the data that suggests that the disruptions and the movements in where value is being realized in the sector and how it moved over that time period? Small sat launch replacing large spacecraft, things like that. What's your feel about that growth rate over that period? Are we looking at an increase in the growth rate? Or are we going to still stick to that, but there's a lot of disruptions in who's realizing the value within that growth rate?
I'm going to break in here, Tina. I apologize, Dr. Heifel. She can't answer questions about the future. She made that very clear to me. So I'm just going to have to say sorry. You've got your your Q&A session coming up in a little bit.
Well, I can ask it differently then. Over the time period that you did the survey, to what degree did you see value realization moving around within the sector and not actually contributing to growth rate, but individual actors in the industry taking value from other actors? Disruptions as opposed to growth.
Okay. Just to clarify, we didn't actually do a survey. We used existing data. So, right. I think that one way I can answer this is to just discuss the decline in manufacturing over the period. What we think is happening is that we think there's actually growth in products being produced, but we think that they're being produced at cheaper prices. So this could be related to satellites going from these really large, expensive, single unit satellites to these small satellites where there's a lot more of them, but they're much cheaper. And so that's going to, even though we're producing more satellites, if they're cheaper, that might actually translate into what looks like lower output. So that's one way to kind of think about that. And in terms of disruption and things like that, the thing about the unfortunate thing about our industrial classification system and these statistics is things like remote sensing, R&D, software, because it's embedded in all of our industries. It's kind of hard to parse out, where things are being substituted. And so I think this goes to the fact that we produce macroeconomic statistics that I think can complement these other existing industry reports, which I think would probably do a better job at answering that question for you. So, sorry.
No. That's actually kind of what I expected,
okay.
given the level of data that you're at. But
okay.
I just wanted to see if you saw any trends. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Heifel. Really appreciate it. It's very, it's illuminating. I mean, it's an area that we just simply don't talk about very much. So high hopes that you're able to get ongoing funding for this project, because I think it's really important. So thank you very much, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right.
Katie.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Heifel. Thank you, Michael. All right, let's keep Blue Marble Week going. So we have a couple more presentations today. Up next, we have an avid entrepreneur with deep interest in space. Pedro Blanco is a senior investments and finance executive offering more than 24 years of quantifiable quantifiable achievements in engineering, corporate finance, mergers, acquisition, divestitures, leveraged buyouts, recapitalizations, and joint venture partnerships. Woo. Continuing our discussion about economics, Pedro is going to talk about financial engineering with us today. Thank you, and help me in welcoming Pedro.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
It's a little
a little bit faint. Yeah, if you could be a little louder.
A little closer.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's better.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think my microphone makes a good job on eliminating surrounding noise, so I will just raise my voice a little bit. Can you hear me now?
Speak louder if you can, please.
Give me a second here to try to. Okay, can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just changed my microphone. Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, good afternoon, depending on which part of this great blue marble you are. And thank you for that presentation. And yeah, well, I'm actually a geophysicist, but then turned into a financial expert. So I just been in love with space and technology since being a small kid. But a lot of people told me that I'm just a scientist with ambition. So that's why I went into the financial industry. But still, I think they make, especially right now, the timing is perfect to start, putting some finance on the technology. So let me talk a little bit about that. I think the conversation, let me share my screen here. Okay. Can you see it now? Great. So, well, there are two presentations this morning that actually we're going to build on those, the one from George and the one from Tina. I think they're talking about, Tina showed us a little bit about how the industry has been doing in the last years. George gave us like a picture of today, what's going on. And well, I'm gonna have a tougher job trying to bring a little bit of a crystal ball and some, passion and some future to what's gonna happen. So I hope I'm right, and this industry lift off, pun intended. So let's move forward a little bit with what we have. I'm just going to talk initially about 5 points, the industry size and funding. We're going to see, I'm actually happy that we're pretty close of the estimations that we got from George and Tina. Then a little bit about the industry segments, what we see happening in the near future and what we expect or hope to see in the longer term future. Then I'm going to speak about some recent developments on the financial and the industry, mostly, a couple of M&A transactions that are going on to show you that, there's movement, there's things going on. And then which are going to be those opportunities and how we see the future moving forward. So, well, our data is not data that's coming from actual data as the BEA. This is more coming from the industry itself, private industry, mostly, surveys, talking with the banks, talking to private investors. And from there, we got that the global industry size, space industry, of course, is around 350 billion. So we are between what George and Tina gave us as the numbers, a little bit higher than the Tina estimated, because probably the private industry is including mainly, all the other industries that are related, feeding the space industry. Mainly right now, of course, has to do with the low Earth orbit. It's mostly the satellite industry, but of course that includes the manufacturing itself, the services that are included, and then all the ground equipment and all the ground support that, it's going on around that industry. But and then, you know, looking at what's going on, everybody, I think, agree. We saw the presentation from George that many of the banks and many of the financial industry think that this is going to go exponential pretty soon. And we expect this industry to go to a size of more than 1 trillion, you know, in the next decade. Okay, so that's you know, big number. And even though we saw that related to the whole economy, it's a small percentage. I think this is still a large number for the activity to, you know, explode. This revenue, it's coming from mainly the commercial products and services, about 40%. Then all the infrastructure and support that it's, you know, feeding that industry, that's 37%. And then 13% from the US government and 10% from other countries. So you can see that one of the main points that I want to highlight with this slide is that most of the space industry is moving towards the commercial and the private side, and that's exactly what I think is going to happen. And government is going to be, again, more than a support role on the, you know, legislation, and probably is going to become just a client of the industry, as we can see, for example, clearly on the defense industry. So this big number I just want to throw here. This is what in private equity or financial circles we call dry powder. Is the amount of liquid capital that it's out there at this moment for investment. Okay, so what does this mean? That there's a large pool of capital out there ready to be invested. And how can space can take advantage of this? Well, bringing good ideas and, of course, risk return adjusted business to the table. So I would love this dry powder to become what I call space powder or star power. So we'll see about it. Regarding the nations that have budgets for this and how is this industry, even though the US is still, you know, two-thirds of the investors related to space are in the United States, we can see the rest of the world, of course, is starting to gain traction here. We saw China growing a lot, even though their capital systems is a little bit different. So maybe, you know, we have an advantage there. But then you're starting to see other countries like the United Kingdom, Japan, and other OECD countries growing and becoming interest on the industry. So that's why we see, you know, that this industry is ready to explode. On the segments, and here's a little bit about what is going on right now and what we see into the future. For example, on the access side, we are seeing, you know, good and very good developments on whatever has to do with reusable rockets. And you have seen how the cost of putting a kilogram of cargo in space is going down exponentially. And then for the future, we can see this even increasing. Of course, Michael, I'm mentioning here your space elevator and space dogs. And as we see technology improve, we're going to start to see this new future technologies for access to space. On the resources side, of course, everybody knows about the overhead perspective, you know, GPSs and imaging. But in the future, we probably see other technologies developing, like harvesting solar power on orbit and then sending back to Earth, or the quantum coherence technology that is allowing us new ways of communications. On the players, of course, we're starting to see startups and private companies raising above government investment. And in the future, we'll probably see established companies. I highlighted here transport and logistics, because probably we will see companies that are, you know, very well established here on Earth, doing cargo in space. Maybe we can see, you know, FedEx in space or Amazon in space. We never know. They're probably, you know, prepared to do that. On the exploration side, we're seeing, of course, now humans in low Earth orbit in the space stations. And of course, with the effort of private companies like SpaceX and others, we're going to start seeing more humans in probably deeper space. We expect to see humans in the moon pretty soon, and maybe, you know, humans in Mars. I hope so. On the intelligence side, of course, we now have the internet. We can see how the Space Link and other ventures are trying to take advantage of the efficiencies on putting cargo on Earth to cover the whole world with the internet. And in the future, maybe we can be even own our own private satellites for, you know, putting our own information like there. So I call that citizen satellites. So I don't see that happening very soon, but as costs go down, you can launch up your own microcube satellite and broadcast your own information around the world, for example. On the workforce, right now we see that most the people that go to space are elite astronauts, trained and funded by the government. For sure, we see in the future, you know, the tourism industry going to space, also sending people to space, and maybe starting to have some workers that you hire. For example, we'll have moon collar workers doing some mining on the moon or any other activity. So those are ideas that probably, you know, I know that a lot of people have in their minds. And of course, on the defense side, right now, there's a lot of gray zone there, warfare, what's going to happen with the rights and who can, you know, control the space. And in the future, for sure, we're going to see a space arms race, as always. Who will control, you know, the low Earth orbit, who's going to control the Lagrange points, and who's going to control, you know, the next frontiers close to Earth, which of course is the moon. How's that going to be divided? So I see some polarization there, and that's going to happen. But again, we have seen how arms race brings some technological advance on the brighter side. On the recent M&A developments, here we will see several transactions that will give you an idea of what's going on and how consolidation and other you know, important, like buying intellectual property and growth in the industry is happening. For example, Redwire, it's a conglomerate that started to buy several industries, several companies that to control their intellectual property. For example, they bought Made in Space, which is a 3D printing manufacturer. Then Redwire also acquired Rockor, which they develop hardware for small satellites. And then they continue acquiring companies like LotPad, that they develop payload adapters for the space industry. Voyager also executed several transactions buying life support technologies, multi-vehicle launch capabilities. Then we have Lockheed Martin. This is a clear example of vertical integration where a very established defense company bought Aerojet Rocketdyne to perfect, or they're just buying intellectual property to increase their capabilities, not only on the defense side, but also on the space industry side. Then we have Emergent, which they're specialized in satellite ground systems, and they bought Tethers Unlimited, which have a lot of also you know, space technologies such as water power propulsion and small sat radios. So we're seeing here, you know, again a consolidation on intellectual property. Then we're seeing international players getting into US companies. For example, Hyundai took control of Boston Dynamics. You've probably seen videos of this, you know, high-tech robots around the internet. And for sure, robotics is going to have a big part to play in the future of the space industry, because even though we would like to see humans around the solar system, for sure, we're gonna see robots taking a heavy part and a big part of development in the space industry. Then Google, also another established company, buying Terravela, and then, you know, after acquiring Terravela, they sold it to Planet Labs. So we're seeing, you know, transactions all over the place happening on the industry. Virgin Galactic, probably known to more people because, you know, the high profile they have on trying to create space tourism. Social Capital Heosophia bought, you know, a 49% stake here. So that will allow, you know, the space tourist company to go public in the future. So we're seeing with the transactions, the opportunities that are happening, and these are typical M&A transactions. The only difference is that they're happening with technology that is related to space. So we're seeing consolidation, which allow, you know, larger companies to grow or smaller companies to become larger companies, so they reduce the risk. Also, we're seeing IP assets, intellectual property created, you know, a way for them to develop and get into the mainstream and get into execution. Because sometimes you have a very good IP that doesn't get into a market because it doesn't have enough resources. So an easy way to do that is to actually or being bought or actually being able to access capital from the market to develop that technology. And then many of those technologies that are used in space can be transferred, of course, to applications on Earth, or the other way around, like, you know, like you're seeing solar and robotics. Actually, I think solar, most of the development has been because of space, and that technology has been brought down to Earth. So those are the three main opportunities that I see happening for that bright powder to act on the space industry and to allow it to grow. So how is this? I see it going forward. Well, there are several ways of deploying this capital. Space funds are happening. There are companies already with creating funds that specifically target to invest on technologies that are related to space. VCs, venture capital companies, are also getting into the industry. Of course, it's going to be a risk return based, but then you're starting to see interest there. And of course, government support and private companies that are already established is starting to go into those markets. For example, if you see Hyundai, car manufacturing going into robotics, and of course, eventually those robotics will be used in space. You can see how private companies will start evolving and covering not only the industry that they used to participate, but also going into industries that are related to space. Okay, so I see that those are the three main sources or ways of this capital to be deployed for the space industry. Okay, and with that, well, I just want to leave you with this this phrase from Gene Cernan, the last man on the moon, which curiosity is the essence of our existence. And even though financial people like to see returns and like to see how their capital it's, you know, returning in profits, I think some of us also like to see that capital deployed to develop, you know, businesses that doesn't even exist, and some of them are really, you know, willing to take the risk on going to space to see what we find. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Really, that was the whole reason we're hosting these kind of economic focused conversations is because this is not the stuff we typically talk about when we do space nerd conferences, right? Last month I was really happy to have the folks from Redwire here from Made in Space. We had Orbifab, we had Momentous, we had many hardware focused companies, which was great. I love those folks, but we don't spend enough time talking about, let's say, the gas in the tank, which is the money. So thank you for kind of putting a cap on that, right? We had Julian talking about the present, kind of a level set, and then we had Dr. Heifel talking about this is where we're coming from recently, and then you're kind of showcasing like, immediate, but then bringing out your crystal ball to say this is what the future might look like. Talk to us about dry powder, right? When we see numbers of $1.5 trillion, what does that mean? Where does that come from? We just heard Tina talk about the entire US economy is 20 trillion, but now you're saying that 1.5 is sitting on the sidelines. What does that mean, and what does that mean to us?
Yeah, well, dry powder is just the phrase that finance people talk about, the money that is out there waiting for a project or for an investment to get invested into. And this is a particular situation we are in the world right now, because even though we are in a crisis because of the health emergency that we are, it's not a recession like in 2008, where many companies were shown cash, low on cash, and they didn't have money to invest. Right now, private companies, investors are awash in cash. Interest rates are pretty low, so you don't have like the typical instruments to invest into. So managers and investors are trying to build their portfolios. And as always, the portfolios include low risk investment and high risk investments. And I think that because of the pie, the size of that available money is there, even though the space industry is still a risky one, you still have, for that small piece that investors put on the risky side, that small piece has become larger. So if you say, for example, that you're just going to invest 1% of that, then you will be duplicating what Tina just mentioned as the whole market, because it will be $100 to $200 billion available, and that will be correspond to that risk profile that investors are looking for. And even though you're actually seeing investors like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, which are investing just because they have the passion to do it. Elon Musk, I don't think he's doing his numbers for the Mars colony. He just want to do it. And he actually answered a question last week to someone who was telling him, look, why are you spending that amount of money in space with all the problems that we have here on Earth? And he salomonically said, okay, fine, I'm going to spend half of my money in Mars and half of my money in Earth. So that's still, if you use his wealth numbers, that's still more than $100 billion. So that's also helping the market. Actually, they're behaving like governments used to behave before. They're just pulling the industry with them behind. They're taking the risk. And you see, even though they're taking the risk and seeing the returns, because most of the valuation of his companies probably come from his drive. And for people saying, okay, let's take the risk with him to see if any of those technologies we're developing to make this happen, actually, we can get some returns on them and make them valuable. Because when you're trying to do something, you're actually or trying to solve a problem or increase the value or the living standards of everyone. And I think they're doing all of those with those developments. Yes.
Okay, let's kind of drill into some of these transactions that happened. I personally believe that this year that 2020 was an inflection year, that things are going to change in the same way that back at the middle 90s that we had the Netscape moments. We had a couple other things like that that said to investors that there really are dollars to be made, returns to be made on these outlandish investments like the internet back then. Talk about some of the investments that happened. Why were these companies purchased? Michael Mealy makes a point that the multiples were very low. He says 2.5x on whatever their income was. So talk about those investments, talk about those acquisitions in a little bit more detail if you can.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on finances, it's not rocket science, pun intended, and normally an M&A transaction have rationales of, you can have vertical integration where you buy, someone in the chain of value on your industry. Then you have strategic investments. Maybe you want to capture a market that you are not right now into, or you just have cash available. I want to grow or capture a different intellectual property that is out there. So on the examples I just showed you, those three different strategies happen. A company, for example, Lockheed, bought Iodine to buy some intellectual property to be able to develop, even though they developed some weapons with that technology, the hypersonic ballistic missiles or whatever they're developing with that technology, that will also jump into the space, because they are also one of the main suppliers of space technology to the industry. On the other hand, you can see, companies, small companies consolidating, or companies, trying to penetrate completely different markets, as Hyundai buying Boston Dynamics, a car company buying a robotics company.
Right.
Yeah. The joke was that instead of doing autonomous car, they will put a robot to drive and they will solve the problem. But the idea here for sure is not that. The idea is to, buy an intellectual property and then deploy it in any industry that is needed, including in space, because robotics, you're going to see it everywhere. And space is going to be a big driver for robotics, not only for activities in space, but also for exploration. And even though if we go into something more advanced as mining of some resources on the moon or somewhere else, we're going to use robotics first. So all of those transactions, even though you can get very technical and starting to talk about multiples, well, again, multiples are just that, an estimation of, actually you are dividing how much they pay by how much or revenue or profit they have. So if you do the other way around, you can get any multiple. For example, what is the multiple of the valuation of Tesla? It's crazy. But what is the valuation of the multiple of a company like an oil company? Very low. So again, this industry is completely new, and some of the revenues you don't know yet. Some of the profits you don't know yet. So any of those multiples you see on the transactions that have happened are because the managers making the acquisition thought that they were fine and their risk correspond to the returns that they expect. So if you think that I'm buying this company for 10 times multiple revenue, you probably think that you will get that revenue in a specific number of years, because if not, you will not invest. So some people will say that's fine, some people will say not, but again, it's just a risk return based decision that investors make every time they do a transaction.
All right, so we've got $1.5 trillion of dry powder. We just heard from Tina that we have an entire industry that's only 178 billion. So there's almost 9 times more money sitting on the edges than our entire combined industry. But that dry powder isn't waiting for a space project. It's waiting for something interesting from the internet, something interesting from biotech. They're going to put money into bonds, if interest rates ever go up, they're going to put it into real estate as long-term holding. That dry powder isn't waiting for the space industry to come up with a new widget. It's waiting for a good ROI, correct?
Well, depends how you define good. Again, the interests are so low that they're looking for any risk-adjusted investment that gives a risk-adjusted return. So again, if you're creating a portfolio, you have your low-risk investments and your high-risk investments. So again, if you only put a small part of that portfolio into the space industry, then you have still a huge amount of money available for that. And the job of the financial professionals is to actually help those companies to show to that dry powder that your products are gonna actually be able to produce a return. Okay, and that's why I like finance professionals that also understand the technology, because you use a lot of bean counters in company, but you want also bean counters that wants to understand really what's going on with that technology. And that's what I like about many of the people I meet, that they understand both sides. Not only how the returns are created, how the money is produced, but also how this technology really works and is going to solve a problem or increase the standard of living of someone to really create value. Because if none of those two things happen, nobody's going to pay for them, right? So once you create a solution to a problem, or you create a value added to your life or to actually a business, then people will be willing to pay for it. So if you understand that, and you can actually put together that dry powder with the technology, then you will get the investment. And I think that's why the finance industry is starting to see the value here and is starting to get involved.
So last month we heard a brief evaluation of the difference between an East Coast investor and a West Coast investor and some of the things that they're looking at. You are in the middle. Most of your friends are oil and gas in Houston. What are they looking at when they're making decisions about their equity, about their capital?
Yeah,
are they looking at, I guess, let me go a little further with that. Sorry. I'm making the assumption that because they are oil and gas and extractive technologies, that if you've got good numbers, they're willing to be patient. I don't know if that's true. That's just my guess, because it takes a long time to sink a well and get something to come out of it. So I'm just guessing that. So can you clarify?
Yeah, for sure. There are two things happening here. First is, what technology are you actually investing in? For example, computer power was developed mainly to process seismic lines for oil industry. I don't know if a lot of people know that. The Spark, companies on the West Coast that developed these powerful computers, the main users initially were the oil industry, just to process the huge amount of data that coming from the seismic line. So they see a value on a technology that, even though supposedly is not related to oil, now it's basic for oil industry. The same way here, if you can develop a technology that can be transferable across industries, of course there is value there. And on the long term and short term, again, it's just a matter of portfolios. If you have a pension funds which are huge, for example, CalPERS, and they see a value on investing in a technology that can mature in the long term, there you have your investors. Of course, here we're not talking about 1 year, 2 year investment, unless you really come with a breakthrough that, for example, this quantum communication technology that is going on. If you really make it happen, that will leapfrog a lot of the other technologies existing, and that will be short term. So again, you're just matching your investors. You have long-term investors, you have short-term investors. That's what we call duration. And then you have the investors that are looking for high risk, and then you have the investor with low risk. Again, what is the job of the financial professionals? To put each investor to each risk and each investor to each amount of money that they want to invest into. So, but and the amount of money out there, I think, covers all of those, high risk, low risk, long term, short term.
Okay. Let's swing back to the deals that happened. Do you have any insight as to why those deals happened? Right. We talked about, the three reasons, integration, access, IP. I get that. But was there anything that felt, when you're looking into these, was there anything that felt, did you have any aha moments? Did you have any epiphanies about why they were bought now? Why not 5 years ago, 2 years ago? Why not 2 years from now? Like, why now? Why are they making these transactions now?
Because of the applications and the actual market is developing. For example, the Hyundai of Boston Dynamics. I remember seeing those Boston Dynamics robots for a while already, and I think the only users at that time was defense. And actually, you don't know what they're doing with the robots. Probably they are already, self-walking soldiers somewhere. I don't know. But what they see here is getting into the intellectual property of actually having a high developed technology to be immediately applied to some solution. Maybe we don't know where they are going to apply them yet, because that's exactly their advantage. But what the aha moment for them, for Hyundai, was, look, this is ready for what a plan that we have, and instead of developing ourselves, it's ready there in the US, and they got and bought that company.
So this is really about opening new markets, opening new territory in that particular case.
Or accelerating your maybe you were thinking on doing it yourself, as part of your R&D, but right. Then someone else did it before you. So probably it's cheaper to go and buy it and control it than going to the whole hassle of developing it yourself. So that is a typical thing that happens when someone comes out with IP that it's marketable or usable in the market immediately. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. We're going to start the transition to this panel. We've not ever run a panel before, so I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work, y'all. So just kind of bear with us while we do this kind of social experiment. We spent the morning talking about the economics of launch, right? I know that that's a broad stroke definition. We've talked about a lot of stuff this morning, but if we've got a level set of kind of where we just recently came from, where we are now, and some inklings on where we're going, I'd like us as a team to just have a conversation about what does the future look like, right? Given the variables, given the data that we already have, let's see if we can collaboratively create a crystal ball. We've talked about potential launch access points, spaceports, whether it's point to point or vertical and horizontal. We've talked a lot about kind of how to make it happen, but let's kind of collectively think about 2022, 2025. If you want to start pushing out to 2035, I feel like that's probably a bridge a little too far for this conversation. But I'd like to introduce Michael Mealing and Dr. Cheryl Lentz, who are going to kind of lead this conversation. Let me pull up their stuff here. Michael was with us last month, but this is the first time Cheryl's joined us. So let me just get in here. Dr. Cheryl Lentz as the academic entrepreneur. Dr. Cheryl Lentz is a dynamic speaker who intensely connects with her audience, having one foot in academia and another in the business and entrepreneurial space. Known globally for her writings on leadership, refractive thinking, and failure, she has published more than 50 times with 25 awards. As an accomplished university professor, TEDx speaker, and consultant, she is an international best-selling author and a top quoted publishing professional on ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox. Dr. Cheryl, thanks a lot for being here. I really appreciate it. Give me a second. Let me switch gears to Michael Mealing. Michael Mealing, joining us for our next presentation. He is the general partner at Starbridge Venture Capital. In his work at Starbridge, he focuses on funding and investing in companies whose products will play an important role in developing new commercial space activity. Much of his experience is in building solutions for markets that do not exist, including some of the internet's basic systems in the early 90s, RFID-enabled supply chain management in the early 2000s, and groundbreaking commercial space companies in the early 2000s. Also, always at the forefront of innovation and technology, Michael is going to give us a glimpse at the development. So I want to thank those two people, Michael and Cheryl, as being our kind of, I'll say, instigators rather than moderators. I really don't want y'all to moderate anything. Pedro, Tina, and Julian, we read your bios earlier. Y'all are, I don't want to say in the hot seat, but certainly part of this conversation, right? That you have all given us a recent history and a potential present and a possible future. So I just want to throw this out there and kind of start this conversation. I'm going to turn this mostly over to Michael and Cheryl to kind of start out. Michael, did you want to do some sort of poll process? What are you showing me? Sorry. We have a poll. We can do a poll.
Okay, toward the end.
Toward the end.
Yeah, once we get to the sad conclusions.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right, thanks. So I'm going to let y'all take it away. I'm certainly going to be here, but I'm mostly going to be muted. Unless I feel really compelled to jump in and throw it, because God knows I like to talk. All right.
Cheryl, do you mind if I start real quick?
By all means.
Sure. So I want to go back to some of the launch conversations from earlier this morning. And I'm going to start off with going to my good friends at the Space Fund and their Space Fund reality database, and the fact that there are currently 163 launch companies in that database. And this does not include companies that Space Fund considers to be defunct. So these are active companies. A great number of them are in the small sub 500 kilogram payload mass launch sector, and but also almost an equal number, with a few notable exceptions, that have flown. Their reality rating is quite low, down in the what were these people thinking? Why are they doing this kind of level? Could the members kind of, the rest of the people on the panel, kind of comment on why do all these companies exist, and how do they expect to address a market that is a subsegment of a subsegment of the launch market? And finally, what impact does that have on the investability of the sector itself when we have so many people chasing such a small sector?
Are you targeting your question to someone in particular, or
just jump in? The way Michael kind of did this one, it's a free for all. So jump right in.
Yeah, sure. So, well, and I base my data as well on Space Fund and a couple other sources. So that's why I reached about 210 or so companies. Probably some of them already are non-existent anymore. But so my take on your question, which is, what is the outcome really of so many competitors in a space that, might grow over time, but still is limited, is simply that I think you actually pointed out earlier, some of these companies start not because of market demand, but because some engineers get frustrated maybe by working at some company and say, you know what, I want to start my own launch business because I think I can do it. So maybe that's what causes a number of those companies to start. And so for me, it's quite simple. I think many of them will just not find a market or a market that's large enough to sustain their operations, and therefore to convince investors to invest in them in any significant way. That's just my belief at this moment. So I think a small number of companies will actually succeed out of those super many companies that try, and a lot of companies will just not succeed. That's pretty much it. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, other companies that I have seen, for example, here in Houston, we were advising a couple of companies. Actually, these was people that were already retired from, the Lockheeds and the Marietas and the oldest companies. And they came up with new ideas, for example, low orbit systems. And what happened was that instead of going and compete with the larger ones, of course, they were trying to raise their own company and capital for that. But then they found that one part of that technology that they developed, for example, on this part was just a nozzle for a low orbit airplane. That part of the technology got bought by someone else. So even though they were not sold or got financed for being a launch company, they were able to develop a small piece of technology that increased the value to someone else, and they got bought, or at least they sold that IP to someone. So a lot of consolidation is going to happen, and at the end, you're going to end up with the main players the ones that are more efficient and able to, to execute their plans, for sure.
Yeah, and those that actually have access to capital before it all started, I think these have a major advantage, obviously, and others, as you said, will have to sell, one of their technologies or something like this.
Yeah, and
that reminds me.
That's the job of the venture capital, such as Starbridge or advisors like myself, to actually, orient those guys to see what's the best way to deploy, to get the capital, if they really have something that is marketable or not. Because a lot of people, of course, will love to, raise billions and go to an IPO, and well, you're not prepared for that. Maybe you just go the way that these guys did, just sell your technology and that's it. So that's the job of the financial professionals, to guide the high-tech guys, which are just putting their brains on develop a solution, but then you have to go to a market and actually, get the capital to be able to, or sell the company or to grow the company or to put some value on that IP.
Yeah, and just to finish on this, on these comments, and I don't know how relevant that is, but it reminds me when I was helping out a club, an association called Copenhagen Suborbitals. It's just a small club of people in Copenhagen, Denmark, who are trying to do rockets just for fun. It's not even a commercial company or anything. They don't want to commercialize, but they do have companies in the commercial space, launchers, trying to innovate and understand what technologies these guys, maybe it's like 20 people, developed and try to buy their technology so it applies.
Pedro, I want to dig into the example that you used for the company in Houston. So was that company able to raise some level of angel financing?
No, they were actually just bankrolled initially for their time. They got paid by the hour for initial 6 months, and then another larger company bought the nozzle, just a piece, because they developed a full plane, a full suborbital plane to launch suborbital cargo, but then
2x on well, the company probably didn't have any other revenue, so was it a 2x return on the time and effort?
Actually, it was just sweat equity, so I can tell you it was probably more than 10x return. It's just their time. These are a group of retired engineers. They just sat down in a very small office here in Pasadena, the south of Houston, and developed this nozzle, and they got led more than several millions dollars just for the IP. So yeah, they're pretty happy.
So this kind of, thank you for that. That segues into my next question. That 1.5 trillion in dry powder is expecting a return, and with the exception of the acquisition of Blue Canyon by Raytheon, which rumored to be around 350 million. The rest of the acquisitions ended up being either at or below, in many cases, far below what the investors put into it. And so one of the things that a lot of us venture capital firms out here, whether it's us or Space Fund or a lot of the other ones, the lack of good exits is one of the largest issues that we face when trying to go after that 1.5 trillion. Can you speak a little bit, or does the rest of the panel have any kind of thoughts on how we solve this problem of lack of exits, but specifically the exits that we have had being at or even negative returns?
Let me jump in here. Pedro and I had an interesting conversation yesterday about looking at the difference between idea makers and the business acumen, and how this is going to play in the factor of some who have lots of money are going to simply be in the game because they want to see the return because it's there. Pedro, can you speak to that? It was a really interesting conversation we had yesterday.
Yeah, and the example that I just gave is perfect, because these guys, they're just scientists, and they love what they're doing, and they're trying to improve a technology or trying to develop a new way of doing things, a solution. And again, how do you get an exit? Actually, I will talk more about a return, because you can get a return by just holding the company and milking it and getting cash flow, or you can actually sell it to someone else or go into a market and get your exit or your return. Which is why maybe the concept of the venture capital process of investing in a technology like this for the long term will not be just looking for an exit with a specific time frame. Because we are seeing, of course, most of the venture capital structure or the private equities, they go in and they are in for 3 years and they expect to get out with a return. Maybe you'll have to change the concept a little bit here. You'll have to come into this industry with a different mindset or a different structure, where you, of course, you're taking more risk depending on what technology you're supporting, and then maybe trying to get not an exit, but you get more like a rate of return on the investment.
Debt or revenue share.
Huh?
Debt or revenue share.
Exactly. Whatever is the best way to do it. At the end, it's just return for each dollar invested in time. So you can get a faster or slower, but if it covers your risk return equation, that will be fine. And that's what I'm seeing. People that are willing to take a higher risk, of course, for a higher return, but maybe this kind of industry, it's just a long-term industry. Actually, I see the space industry as a multi-generational industry, because we are talking about developments that can take multiple generations. So that's going to change the way how you invest. And maybe if you have a bigger enough fund with, people that are willing to put their money in the long term, type retirement or multi-generational investments, then you will be more successful on financing this, long-term investments and getting a return out of it.
But regardless of the length of time, you still have to provide a market competitive rate of return.
Well, or a risk adjusted rate of return. If of course, if there are instruments in the market that are lower risk and capture the whole amount of money, for sure you're not gonna get money for this. But right now, it's just a question of timing and what's going on. You have a lot of money out of there and no place to invest it. So actually, they're sitting there eaten by inflation. So you don't want that. And that's why I think the portfolio curves, and we're seeing that ourselves in some investors, even companies that have their balance sheet awash of cash, they don't even want to pay dividends because the stock price will go down by the dividend. They want to find something that is a little bit more riskier, but at least, justify the return in the future, even if it not happens, but they know that it's riskier, and that's how finance works.
I would suggest that from the venture capital and standpoint that is not the case. The issue that we have seen is the long-term business models don't close.
Exactly, because venture capitals have their mindset very specific.
We're talking about. I mean, we're discussing, and so yes. Starbridge right now is a venture capital fund, but we are actively working on various forms of other fund structures that reach into the 30 and 60 year time frame. And this is going to get into the next question that I've got.
Great.
So in the case of launch, and this is just an example of a problem that we see, and Michael is going to know where I'm sort of going with this. When you look at the launch market across the board, SpaceX included, in 2018, if you subtract out Starlink, 2019, if you subtract out Starlink, the actual amount of mass that was launched into orbit went down, not up. The number of individual revenue producing units, individual satellites, went up a certain amount. But now that Planet is no longer launching as many doves as they used to, it is nothing like it was 2 years ago. One of the major thesis behind reducing launch costs was the assumption that there was a price elasticity of demand with related to launch prices. And based on the data from a tonnage basis, we have not proven that. And all of the, at least from what we have seen looking forward into some of the more interesting business models and proposals out there, nothing on the market justifies launch at this rate. And so none of those long-term business models that you were just mentioning, none of them currently close because there are no customers.
Right, because the market is not there. You haven't come up with something. When there were no GPSs, nobody thought about launching, all the GPS satellites. It was just a big, demand for launching them. And then, it got, because a new business model came out. So
right.
You will have to have a new technology that comes out that justify increased launches.
And I think that's our problem. And this is the thesis that I'm going to try to toss out and see if I can get somebody really ticked off at me enough.
Hold just one
Sure.
second.
Go ahead.
We have an actual PhD economist on the
Yes.
call. Maybe we should talk to her about price elasticity, right? So, Tina, can you kind of chime in on that? We've seen that prices have fallen. Demand has not caught up with that. Have you seen any of that in your? I mean, is that the explanation for some of the numbers that were shifting over the last? I think you had 6-7 years or whatever in your report. Can you talk about the elasticity there?
I can talk indirectly. What I've heard is that, yeah, launch costs are declining. And when we're talking about price elasticity, we're often talking about imperfect market conditions without externalities and, with perfect competition. And when we're thinking about launch, just consider how much of launch is government, how much of that is government money. The fact that these launch companies, if there is there's more companies than is necessary. And there's competition. There's probably a good chance that they're launching at a loss so that they can get the customers, so that they can put other launch companies out of business. So I guess I'd have to know more about what the actual theory is. But generally speaking, I think that it could be that that's more of a business strategy, and that it's not necessarily going to portend future trends.
Well, it could also be that it just takes time to fill that much cargo space, right? Like this is really, it's not like we're building a train and we're going to pour coal into it to move it from one place to another. This is really highly specialized hardware that is going into space. It takes time, even though there is a lot of potential capacity in the system. It takes time for that. I mean, Julian's got his startup. I've got our startup. There's like 3 or 4 other startups on this call and watching on the other channels. None of those can just immediately flip a switch and put our boxes on their rockets, right? So I feel like there's almost certainly a gap that has to be taking place between this capacity being put on the market and then folks like us trying to absorb that capacity. Do you have any hunches on that?
I actually wanted to add something. So launch is one part of the equation, and the actual space hardware, the satellite, is the other part of the equation. And so you need to sum those two to understand what's the cost of your solution. So if you look at, say, a custom satellite, I don't know what solution you are working on, Michael, for example. Let's assume that you want to launch 1 or 3 satellites. Well, that's going to take you a lot of money to develop. Hopefully, you're going to use technologies that already exist. It's still going to be expensive, and you're not going to mass manufacture per se, right, if it's custom-made solution. So it's going to end up costing you a lot of money. If, on the other hand, you look at those recent internet constellations, Starlink, of course, Kuiper, OneWeb, all these ones, they want to mass produce, and that will lower the cost tremendously. That creates a lot of tonnage potential, and that fills up the capacity. So for me, the question is, how far are we going also in terms of reduction of the satellite cost, not just the launch?
But it is the cost of launch dropping that enables the possibility of startups like yours and mine. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if launch prices were still $20,000 and $25,000 per pound. Like that, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So I don't think that it's just that it's not shown that it's elastic. It's that there's a time lag there for capable organizations to fill that capacity.
Isn't this also a testing phase, Michael?
Say
be
again?
able to look at what's possible in terms of fighting out what's in the marketplace. And just because you have a good idea to Pedro's point of a bunch of engineers who are retired thinking they've got a great idea, only that great idea that the market's going to pay for is going to produce.
Mhm.
So in the event that you're going to have a lot of false starts in order to get those competitors who are going to eventually ride to the top, but that's just part of business startup cycle. Isn't that what we're kind of talking about?
That's why there's 200 launch companies, because there are going to be a lot of false starts.
But I do want to tease on what Cheryl just said. So I'm going to go back to Pedro again, just because we have an actual example we can work from. That nozzle, the company that bought it, what did they sell? Oh, you're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's just a larger defense company. Actually, the old, it was a former employer of one of the inventors. Yep.
Okay. And what is the product that it goes into?
Rockets.
Robots?
Rockets.
Rockets. Okay.
Missiles.
Right. So in that case, that company has an existing customer, and this provides them an incremental improvement into a current product. Okay. So a customer does exist. Right. The final customer does exist. In those cases, the process works. There's a final and ultimate customer. The theory that we are working from, and this is from looking at across the industry, the reason why, and yes, we're trying to experiment, but right now all the experiments are on the technology side. The phrase that I use is we're pushing rope. There are, the best we can tell, there are no customers. And when I say customers, I'm not talking about a technology company selling to another technology company. I'm talking about there is nothing beyond geo that anyone actually is willing to pay for. And so it's not experimenting at the technology component level. There is no experimentation going on for anything that acts as the ultimate customer for these technologies. In the case of Pedro's company that we're discussing, the ultimate customer is the federal government wanting to lob explosive things at bad guys. But that's...
What about an asset, a defense asset in the Lagrange point? Nobody still have developed that, but for sure, if you create it, you will have customers.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part again.
Yeah. What about an asset? It can be an observation or even a defense asset on the Lagrange point, where you don't need gravity to keep the asset there. For sure, I know one client for that.
Right, but that's right, and so yeah, that's an Earth observation mission for a problem down here. And there, yes, there are Lagrange points are possible, but from what I understand from the military, they're actually looking at the Lagrange points for just doing surveillance of what China's doing on the moon. But that might be sufficient for one spacecraft. It's not sufficient to build a company around. Well,
depends how much you're paying for the spacecraft and the service of that spacecraft.
Yeah, sure. You'll make a profit, but you're not going to get, it's not going to be economically interesting. You're not going to be able to wrap an industry around one spacecraft.
Well, but maybe a company.
A company, yes.
And that just adds to the industry. So that's my point. It's incremental.
It's incremental, but with the exception of one company that we're an investor in, we have seen no credible companies. When I mean credible, I mean somebody that can actively manage a multi-billion-dollar company.
For sure.
I see a lot of college graduates that say, give me a couple $1 billion and I'll go build this company. I'm like, no, you won't. You'll just lose a couple $1 billion.
Well,
there are no credible companies standing up with any business models that work beyond geo. Yet, but that's the problem is Starship is building a capability that assumes it is, and it isn't.
Well, we just heard that the whole industry is 1/5 the size of the outdoor recreation market.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let that sink in for a second, y'all, that we're just getting started. I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm kind of having a hard time processing her data there, but if that's where we're actually at, maybe both of you are right. Maybe Pedro's right to say it's just getting started, and Michael's like, yeah, but what happens next, right? I mean, I think there's validity in both spots there. I'm going to bring in Jeff Kruken because he had some questions about. So, Jeff, you're set. Go ahead.
Well, Michael, thank you. I mean, I was not expecting to participate.
That's all right. We're good. Bring it.
I guess that's what happens if you know Mike Lane for a long time. He just suddenly decides to embarrass you and pull you into something when you're not prepared. I do want to say first, I've been watching all day. I've really been impressed across the board. I mean, I've learned a great deal, and that's not always the case with all of these events that I listen to. So I want to commend you all for doing this and for pulling all this together too. I mean that sincerely. As I was listening to this part of the conversation, and this is where I'm least knowledgeable. I'm not an economist. I'm not a financial person. You know, if I look at this at a spreadsheet that has more than one tab on it, more than 3 rows and 2 columns, my brain freezes. So this is not my specialty. But as I was listening to this, which is why I asked the question about why hasn't the price elasticity worked out, and then I posted a comment. Maybe Michael, that's what prompted you to want to bring me in. It occurred to me, it's not just a question of price per pound. You know, with the advent of rideshare and hosted payloads and all of that, it seems to me it's more a question of how many customers are sharing the cost of that specific launch. So it's not just price per pound. You know, if I'm launching 20 pounds and one customer's paying versus 20 customers paying, then doesn't that change the question of price elasticity? But then again, my question may just be demonstrating how poorly I understand that economic concept.
No, Jeff, and thanks. Good to see you again. Looking forward to getting a beer sometime soon. That's exactly right. There is price elasticity in what I call the number of revenue producing units on a given launch. That has definitely gone up. But if we're talking about justifying reductions in launch cost because the amount of stuff that we want to launch is going up, we're not. The number of rockets and number of flights, and therefore the cost reductions, are staying the same. We're launching more things on them, great. But when you come to capabilities like Starship, or even all the companies on the new small sat launch companies, they don't seem to be, their existence does not seem to be justified by market demand. Because right now, the existing launch capability with a Falcon 9 and ISRO and a couple of other providers seems to be handling current demand just fine. So that additional drop in launch costs may not occur because there's not demand sufficient to justify it.
Can we insert the word yet, Michael?
Yeah, everything is yet, but that's where I'm trying to get the entire industry is. This entire conversation has been about rockets and technologies and nozzles and satellites, when the only thing that moves us from now to that yet is who the customers are. who wants to buy all this stuff we're selling? And those people are looking at not the technology pieces. I don't care whether or not the car that got me to the grocery store has a carburetor or what in it. I just want to get groceries. I think that by and large, our industry across the board is still far too focused on the technology and not focused on the problems that we solve. My hunch is that, and there's other people that sort of share this, I'm seeing Tim kind of grin over there. If you want to justify in-space infrastructure or anything that grows this sector significantly, and something that gets beyond a simple 2.1% growth rate, it involves people. Nothing else except maybe space-based solar power if for some reason terrestrial countries decide to artificially increase their own energy costs. I have yet to find any market that justifies the level of expenditures we're talking about.
Okay,
But
Michael, so
don't
I
you
just
have
want
to
to
be there
clarify
first?
something real quick.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Julian.
Yeah, just real quick to make sure, Michael, I understand your point, because I think I do, but just let me know if I understand correctly. What you're saying is you're limiting the businesses that make sense to whatever is geo and closer to the Earth. So anything LEO, MEO, and GEO makes sense because it serves people on Earth. That's your point. So investors understand who is the final customer and who's willing to pay. If you talk about stuff on the moon, on asteroids, on say space stations in deep space, or at Mars or whatever else, it's not serving any real people, and therefore the value is extremely limited. Is that your point?
That's my point, but I think that the statement that those things beyond geo don't serve a market, I'm not sure if we know that yet. I think it actually does, but we have no one standing up and actually trying to address that market.
Okay, so when it comes to the moon, for me, the markets are, mining. So,
yes, okay, mining. I'm gonna try and dig in here.
So there's mining,
right? Yeah, who is buying what is being mined?
So I see two different things. Well, let's say three. So one of them is to create fuel and sell it to organizations that send rockets further out. Okay, that's number one, but it's still focused on those tech companies, let's say. So it's not what you're interested in. Then there's mining of resources on the moon that come from asteroids that crashed on the moon, and then we can get that to Earth. But I don't know how economical that is.
It's
not.
But
that could serve people on Earth. It's not because of the transport cost or because of the mining cost. That's the question.
So I'm going to go back and dig into the water ice one, because that's one everybody keeps talking about, and it goes back to ULA's Cislunar 1000 program that they were talking about. So you're mining water to be able to use as fuel. Who needs the fuel? Who will buy it from you?
So either organizations that need to send back stuff to Earth from the moon, or organizations that try to go from Earth to deeper space, going through the cislunar space.
Right. So those organizations, who are they and who are their customers?
Well, for me, if you want to bring stuff back from the moon to Earth, it's because it makes economical sense to bring this material, but you think it doesn't. I also think it's a question mark.
Right.
So I don't know. And when it comes to the other one, it's just a few organizations like, I don't know, NASA, or if Elon Musk wants to colonize Mars, maybe that's a good deal to refuel the rocket.
Right. And so I guess the thing that, from a venture capital standpoint, one of the things that we have to look at, and this is for any investor, whether it's a development bank that thinks in 40 to 60 year timeframes, or it's a VC fund like ours, or an angel investor that has a 5-year timeframe. you have to understand the value chain. If the customer of the company that you're investing in doesn't have a customer, then your company doesn't have a customer. So we look all the way down the value chain to find out who justifies this and what pain point do they have that justifies all these other companies existing. And so in the case of water ice on the moon, the idea was always if you transport the water down to LEO, going down the gravity well, and someone therefore sitting in LEO wants to either go back up the gravity well, that fuel sitting in LEO, according to ULA and the basic the math of it, cuts your fuel cost by about 40%, which is significant when it comes to the rocket equation. But that was all predicated on there being significant demand for launches to geosync. And if you look at geosync launches there, except for the C-band reallocation work that's being done in the communication satellite sector, there is no demand for geosync launch that justifies that expenditure. And so that's the problem we're running into, is every time we talk about whether it's propellant depots, asteroid mining or lunar ice mining, or even lunar oxygen, when you get down to the, so somebody picks up the oxygen, takes it back to LEO. Okay, who buys it? We don't know. If you like, okay, I take the water ice down, we're going to use a propellant to go back up. Who's the customer? We don't know. And that is the existential threat that I think we as an industry see right now from a financial aspect of being able to loosen up that 1.5 trillion, is the businesses that justify taking the risk don't exist.
So your point really is, as long as it's robotic missions, it doesn't make sense. It needs to be crewed missions, like a sort of colonizing or at least tourism, for it to make any sense. Until we see that, it's not worth investing.
That's my thesis. I would absolutely be happy to be proven wrong. There could be some ways that you get there through telepresence that doesn't have to require the people to get there. There are some discussions in certain countries around space-based solar power getting you to those levels of industrial capacity in space. I would gladly throw a party and give a good swift kiss to anybody that can come up with something beyond just those two, because I run a lunar nonprofit, and I'm also the president of the Moon Society in addition to running Starbridge. And even from a Starbridge standpoint, we want to make sure there are things for us to invest in 30 years from now.
And what it sounds like you're saying, Michael, is before we lay the transatlantic telegraph cable, let's make sure there's a London and New York to connect to.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you, Tim. That said it much better than I did.
That's super. Hey, Tim, keep that in your, your file for when you're talking to folks. That's a really good analogy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but
So I'd like to
an analogy, because what happened 30 years ago, so you will wait for cellular customers to create a cellular phone, or you will create the market? How many people have cellular phones right now? How many people have a cellular phone 40 years ago? So you can do both things. You can serve a market that is existing, or you can create your own market. So both things can happen. And we don't know what technologies we develop. What happens if this quantum coherence technology develops and now you have instant communications with satellites? Will you change all the satellites that are right now using radio to quantum? I think so. What is happening with 5G? All the antennas are being replaced. It's a huge business. So, and 10 years ago, there was no 5G. So will you not invest in 5G because the technology didn't exist? So yeah, I understand what you're saying, but again, you're talking from a lower risk investment. I'm talking about people who are willing to take the risk for higher risk investment. And
right,
that's a very small piece of that trillion, but still a small piece is a lot of money. And that's the only thing I'm bringing to the table. I understand what you're saying, that if you don't have the customer, you will not invest. But that's your risk profile.
Well, if there's no customer, no one will invest.
So
Exactly.
let me pick up on that. I want to refer back to what Tim said about let's make sure we've got, you know, a New York and a London before we lay the cable. So that was really great, by the way, really nice way of putting it. So let's extend that out into the future and out into space. You know, if Earth is New York and the moon is London, all right. Well, why does London first get established on the moon, and who is the one that establishes it? Is it government? Probably. Is it a civil government agency or a collection thereof of various countries? Is it space? Excuse me. Is it militarily related? Possibly. Like Rick Tomlinson used to talk many years ago about that first fort out west, and then that was established by the government, and then you had small businesses going there to serve the soldiers, for a crude analogy. So, you know, I think it still begs the question. It's not just who is the when is the first customer, but who is it? And it may well end up being, the further we move out into cislunar space, the government, whether it's civil or military, becomes the first buyer of that lunar ice. And how unusual would that be given the role we've seen government play?
Or at least buy down the risk.
Right.
Taking the first loss position,
yeah,
being an anchor customer. Yeah.
And the government does have a history of doing that. Coaling stations in the Pacific were a government expenditure, and allowed for, you know, steam-powered ships to be able to cross the Pacific. But those forts that were established in the wilderness, they were out there because fur trappers had been in those regions put there by companies for 20 to 30 years before anybody ever decided to build a fort there. Lewis and Clark were running into European fur trappers throughout their entire journey. So yeah, but I think that's part of the key. And this is where I think Starship may sneak up on us. Is there is a case to be made for, if we do lower infrastructure costs, it does enable people to go whenever they want to for whatever reason they want. So I'll throw this out here, and this is not the poll I was talking about, Michael, but I'm going to get to that in a minute. I'm going to give an over and under. How many people think that Christopher Columbus's first voyage cost more than $1 billion in money, in today's value of what he spent? So inflation adjusted. No? How many people okay. How many people think it cost less than that? Okay. How many people think it cost less than 100 million? One. You probably have heard me talk about this before, Michael. Okay. When you look at the research,
I think, you know, it was one step above slave labor. All they had to have is the ships and food. I don't think it was very expensive at all.
Right. And the ships were old ships. One was a repo.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, one was a repo. The number is somewhere between $200,000, and the absolutely most outrageously high number was 20 million.
Wow. I mean,
so the reason, one of the possible reasons why, okay, that and the Spanish crown was also broke, and so the amount of money necessary to do the mission was so low that nobody cared. In one book, there was they contemplated the idea that Columbus himself was so annoying that with a small amount of money, they were hoping that he would go away and never come back. So, right. And so if we do actually are able to stumble into a way of lowering our launch costs enough, we start letting people try as Cheryl said, try the crazy stuff, try and try again. And that's my hope and my prayer. And that's what I'm, us at Starbridge are crossing our fingers that there's going to be businesses that take advantage of this 40 years from now.
So are you
Michael?
investing in companies in startups that do this, Michael, or are you?
If I found one, we generally don't invest in seed stage or pre-seed until we see some form of product market fit. But so far, I have seen no companies. We're an investor in Axiom Space, which is right now the only commercial human spaceflight company that we can invest in.
But also, it's still in the Earth orbit, so.
It is, yes, but it starts the process, and that's what I
It
say.
doesn't serve people on Earth; it serves people in space. So yeah. Sorry, I think we interrupted someone who wanted to talk.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things from an economics point of view. It sounds like the suggestion is there's excess supply, and it's not meeting demand. And whenever there's excess supply, prices go down, and the prices go down until it meets some type of demand. And so it may just be, yeah, prices may be going down, but they need to keep going down in order to get the types of people that you're talking about, to make it more accessible. And another thing I wanted to bring up, just a non sequitur, is that from an economic measurement point of view, even unsuccessful companies, that they still count in our economy. So if they're still they're still paying labor, they're still buying machinery. Even if it fails, we're picking that up in our statistics. So it's not like it's not a negative or and economists, we think competition is a good thing. So I just wanted to add an economist point of view. Thank you.
And there are a lot of opportunities that are created when a company does end up failing, but someone comes in and picks up the assets and the technology at a cheap price that then actually does match the ability of a customer to meet demand that expects a given price. We've had a lot of that in the history of the space sector already.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point, Tina, is especially if there is an investor, hashtag federal government, doing economic stimulus, willing to spend in order to get employment and economic activity going, so long as it's done smart-ish, at least half the failures then can be bought by Michael and they're useful and he gets a good deal.
Right. And I do think there is a role to play in the federal government. I just want to make sure that we have a large vacuum barrier between the decision makers of what gets invested in Congress.
Michael, aren't you assuming one point of logic here that explorers were the Geronimo and take one for the team and let's go see if it's possible before they start thinking with business numbers and acumen? Aren't we wanting to encourage a little this exploration and craziness to see if that pendulum can get to the point where you can do your thing? We
do, but I think the issue is those crazy people have no one to go to yet to be able to give them that service. We don't have and this is where what I'm sort of getting at with my poll. If Michael can we do the poll? Okay, go ahead and stick it up whenever you want to. We have space adventures. We have, if everybody could do the poll real quick. I'm really interested in the numbers, because you would expect this group to be predisposed to being one of those crazy people that wants to go. So I'll
be one of the ones to admit, Michael, my feet stay on the earth. I'll help you all get there, but I'm not going.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out and I think it's something that their industry could do, because it justifies a lot of the things we're talking about.
I'm also gonna sit in that category. If we're gonna use the Columbus analogy and stretch a little further, I'll build the boat, but I'm not sailing with him.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, while everybody's doing that.
Sure. If anybody wants to chime in, there's 8 slots yet that have not voted.
So I guess, Cheryl, my issue is there are a couple of companies working on this. I would hope, and this is the entire point of SpaceX, is their goal for everything they're doing is, interesting. So there are indeed, and this actually matches some of my assumptions that I've seen in other rounds when I've done this very similarly. There are a fair number of people that want to be tourists. They'll go for a little while and come back. They want to be able to come back. But there's about a 10% of the market that's interested in going to space at all that is interested in going and never ever coming back. That is Elon's market. That is the market of people that want to go to Mars.
And let's not forget that once infrastructure is in place, like America's, right? In the beginning, there was no pizza joint. I would never go. But once there's a pizza joint, you know, I'm all in. So there's also a curve, like a time curve.
Yes, exactly.
Michael, is there also correlation with money? Those who are eccentric and have all the funds are the ones who want to go out there versus the rest of us are like, yeah, I'll spend my money elsewhere, thanks.
I've found, and this is purely anecdotal,
Sure.
this is part of the problem is I really want some good market data on that. And I've got a little side project I'm currently trying to work on that gets to some of that data. No, there are people out there that are perfectly willing to liquidate their entire life savings and go and you know, do whatever menial labor they have to do. My father, 73 years old, he's like, I know I would probably die along the way, but I'll go and then, you know, take my body and bury it. And there are people that are perfectly willing to sacrifice their own lives for the chance to go. It's a very small part of the market segment, but when you're talking about an investment, that's a hell of an investment. So yeah.
Well, I wonder if it's the same percentage, you know, if you'd done this survey several hundred years ago, how many of you would like to cross the Mississippi and, you know, visit, you know, the Western frontier, but then come back? And how many of you are willing to brave all the unknowns and leave your life behind as you know it on the East Coast, whatever that might be, and try to build your own home and start a little frontier town? It'd be just fascinating to see what the percentages were like compared to this.
And you had an entire population of a particular religion that picked up and did that and now is in Utah. Yeah, so the various different reasons and motivations and everything behind why you would want to do this. And I think that's just my thesis. And when I get to some of the, I kind of hijacked Michael's, this panel, for the things that we're talking about in terms of lowering launch costs and building these in-space fuel depots and mining the moon and all these other kind of things. I think as far as I've been able to do from the modeling, from everything else over the past 15, 20 years of doing this stuff, this is really the only one I've ever found.
I want to bring
happy to be proven wrong.
I want to bring in Natasha. She brings in some interesting points about materials here. Natasha, can you unmute?
Hi, yeah, sorry. Can I stay off camera? I ended up with a really bad hair day. Sorry. So I'm so sorry.
No worries.
But the point that I was making, and I heard that people were talking about, like, why would you mine some rare resources extraterrestrially? Right, because they are valuable because they are rare. If you all of a sudden increasing the supply, the prices will go down and basically everybody will, you know, will suffer. Well, that's true. However, if like, you know, there is a substitution effect, right? When the prices go up, people, a certain category of people shift towards cheaper product. Like, for example, if the price for beef goes up, then people start buying more chicken. Well, what if the reverse is true? And when you're talking about the market for certain markets, like rare earth minerals, like titanium, for example, what if instead of looking at the demand for titanium as it is today and assume that it cannot be changed, you should be looking at the demand for titanium plus the demand for substitute metals, such as the aluminum, that basically in every application where people are currently using aluminum, but could and would prefer to use the titanium, that is your true market for the titanium. Not as it is today. So from that standpoint, if you're decreasing the price of titanium to the point where it is economical for reverse substitution, well, would the business case close then? So that's basically my point. And another comment that, if I may, I wanted to make is about the like what's with the launch and mega constellation. Well, the part of the reason for all of the mega constellations going up, right, because they were expecting to increase the demand from Earth for certain services, space-based services, such as machine-to-machine communications. And the changes in these markets have not fully developed yet. Like, for example, if you look at the aviation and what they consider a connected aircraft, those aircrafts are not prevalent in the current industry yet. But if you look at the rates of data, how the modern commercial aircraft is producing, basically, okay, if I remember it correctly, the 777, which came out in the 90s, produced about 10,000 points per some unit of time. And the unit is immaterial because the progression would be more relevant. I think A380, when it came out, it was 100,000 points. The A350, which is just entering the market, is capable of dropping off 450,000 data points. I mean, the exponential increase in the data production from all these systems, it's incredible to such a point that some of the aircraft manufacturers, they're asking, okay, do we actually need to send all of this data point down to the ground in real time? Because it's horribly expensive. It's impossible. There is no satellite capacity to handle that much. Right. So from that standpoint, it's like, yes, maybe we're talking about the oversupply of launch and maybe the business case is not closing, but maybe the reason for that is that certain changes in the end markets have not yet fully taken place yet. Right. So that's basically, sorry, I took the floor a bit too longer than.
No, Natasha, actually, in your first comment about reverse substitution, that is absolutely a thing. That is why the Washington Monument, the cap on it is actually made out of aluminum, because when the Washington Monument was built, aluminum was actually more rare than gold because no one knew how to actually correctly take the ore and turn it into material. And it was considered to be one of the more precious metals at the time. But once we figured out the electricity-based way of smelting aluminum, it became so ubiquitous now that it's pretty much everything we use. So yeah, we can definitely do that. That when you run those numbers though, for in-space resources, you need the in-space infrastructure to have reached a particular capacity such that its production costs for producing the same unit are on par with terrestrial production costs for producing the same unit. At that point, you can get those substitution effects. And that's the challenge, is when you see a lot of things about, nothing in space makes sense for use on Earth. But if you project forward to a fully mature in-space industrial infrastructure, yes, at that point, sending it down to Earth is a rounding error. And this is where Jeff Bezos talks about moving industry off the Earth and turning the Earth into a nature preserve. And yes, you can get there. You just can't start there. On your second point, there is a standard thing they're called Bass diffusion curves, which gets into how well and how quickly a given new product can be adopted. But one of the other curves that goes along with that, this is very similar, is the ability of a market to absorb change and absorb a new capability and realize value from it. And that goes directly to, in certain cases, the ability for human beings to handle change. And that is at a fairly, somewhat known rate about a human's ability to deal with stuff. And you can get ahead of the market very easily. Unless you discover a latent demand that has never been met. And that was one of the things that we've seen that in technology is you get certain new capabilities that have these exponential adoption rates. And that's because someone has finally been able to hit something that we always wanted but never got. I think self-driving cars are going to be like that. And sorry, what was that, Michael?
Like iPhones. Hey,
iPhones, yes.
We're done.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody who I wanted to thank everybody who participated in this panel. Really appreciate all of these very thoughtful ideas. I think we could continue this conversation for a long time, but we cannot continue this conversation. So we're going to turn this over to Tim for kind of a final wrap up for the day. And before I sign off, I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined us today, both live here on Zoom and then also out in the wild, wild west of YouTube, Facebook. We really appreciate all of y'all here. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Tim now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, I think Michael's comments there about the panel are exactly right. This was a great ending to an otherwise great day. And it provides a nice segue into where we're going to go tomorrow, where we'll start off talking about some of the tools to get customers out and find a way to build San Francisco before we build the Transcontinental Railroad. So I wanted to thank you all for your time today. And this was I think a pretty good trial run of a couple new processes. And so thank you all for your understanding. If there was anything you saw today that looked weird, any issues you had technically, please let us know. This is still a work in progress. And so any feedback is good feedback at this point. And I want to once again reiterate a huge thank you to those of you who have sponsored this event, the Space Force Association, most notably. If you or your company are interested in sponsoring a future event, please reach out to me, Lila. If I'm too scary because I'm wearing white after Labor Day, talk to Michael Lane, not Mealing. Mealing will take your donation and Lane will refer you to me. And other than that, yeah, have a great day and hope to see you all here in the morning.
Great job, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.